Hello, good evening, good afternoon, good morning, depending on which location you're in. How's it going, everybody? Good to see you all today. And on the... everyone's getting starstruck from Agamata. Everyone's getting starstruck. Yes, everybody, it's Agamata himself. He is, in fact, a follower and subscriber. This Ost. Here we go. Dragon Lord of Thunder. My cultured, very based brother with the greatest music taste. How's it going, everybody? Thank you very much for turning up to today's stream. I think this is gonna be something I'm gonna try to do like every year, if not, not 3-4 times a year, maybe. I fucking love speculating on what's gonna happen in VTuber Corporation land. It's one of those things that's considered very rude and inappropriate in VTubing. But I've had an extremely successful time calling what's going to happen with VTuber corporations, so I'm going to keep going just so I can say I told you so, just so I can tell everybody what's going on. How's the volume, by the way? Is it too loud? Should I turn it down a little bit? Let me turn it down a little bit, maybe. Hey, thank you very much for resubscribing, Lion. How's it going, buddy? Hey, it's me. I am in fact alive, and I do stream from time to time. I'm hoping to get the first hour and a half of the part 1 of the FaZe Connect documentary done in the next 2 weeks for the preview. So hopefully you guys will do that. I would really appreciate your feedback on the FaZe documentary, particularly on this first part. I'm going to pre-screen soon because I don't know if I've gone too far in a few places. I've basically done almost a fucking second Pipper documentary, but it's meant to be about FaZe Connect, so it'd be like shit. I think maybe I spent too long talking about Pippa's career, so we'll see about that one. Anyway, let's get on with the presentation. So today, oh shit, I forgot to change some stuff. I thought today I'd kind of just ramble off in my head rather than pre-plan too much stuff, just so I can, I guess, get used to free flowing rather than like helping myself with notes all the time. That's no problem, Miroslav. It's just your feedback to see if you enjoy it. If you think it's interesting, would be good. Hey, Hobby, good to see you. Good to see you. So, on today's agenda, I don't just want to talk about VTuber corporations. I think the first thing I want to do is discuss the idea. Basically, is the music stopping for corporate VTubing in general? And what brings that on is obviously Nijisanji isn't doing so well at the moment. Hololive is starting to have a couple problems, and we're not quite sure what's causing the issues in Hololive. And I think, generally speaking, I think a lot of corporate VTubers, are starting to become maybe a bit bored and a bit fed up with being corporate contract streamers. And I'm not sure, necessarily, if VTubing is attracting enough new audiences who aren't at that stage of burnout where they've seen it all, they've become complacent, they've stuck with their indies and corporate VTubers. So I think I'm wondering if there's some kind of stagnation going on in VTubing at the moment, which could potentially affect the future of corporate VTubers. I'm thinking pretty much that the age of new VTuber corporations that aren't already backed by some mega capital investment firm, I think those kinds of VTuber corporations aren't going to be able to survive anymore before they become cash flow positive. I think they're all going to die, essentially. So I'll get onto that in just a second. So, let's first start with the VTuber corporation nonsense. So, what I want to ask the question of is the corpo VTuber music slowing? So, new corporations are dying well before they're cash flow positive now. Basically, if you didn't know, pretty much every single English language VTuber corporation that started at the same time as FaZe Connect, if not slightly before FaZe Connect, they're all dead now. It is literally just FaZe Connect. It's the only 2021 EN VTuber corporation still going. Prism Project came before FaZe, it died. Sundaria came before FaZe, it died. Production Kawaii is now dead as well. Unfortunately, there's not very many left, which is very sad. And obviously we have to ask the question from a business perspective, right? So again, on this stream, I don't want to address these topics as some kind of like spazzy fan who's obsessed with the funny numbers. I don't want to talk about this like in the context of sports teams, right? I don't want to see, like FaZe Connect sweep shit, right? Like get fucked, other corporation, FaZe Connect to the moon. Really, I want to address this topic from the perspective of a businessman, right? Talk about the strategy of it. So other subjects I want to get into is VTubing oversaturated? What's the point of joining a VTuber corporation these days? Does joining a VTuber corporation actually prevent you from becoming successful? And what's the issue with professional contact streaming? So I guess let's address the first topic. So I've kind of already brought into the new VTuber corporations that are dying well before they're cash flow positive. So at the moment, if you guys aren't aware, there's a VTubing there's VTuber corporations like Globy and V4Mirai, for example. They're kind of new kids on the block, and they're doing quite well for themselves. But they are part of a greater investment capitalist firm called Brave Group. And Brave Group, as you may or may not know, recently bought out Idol EN as well. And the thing about Brave Group is that they're pumping an absolute shitload of money into their VTuber corporations, and they're really, really badly hemorrhaging money because essentially their finances, their ability to inject capital into this VTuber corporation comes from their cash flow positives. So they're kind of hoping that eventually they'll stop making a loss and that they'll get some kind of return in their investment on VTuber corporations. But the question is, if Brave Group does manage to turn a profit with organizations like V4Mirai and Globy and whatnot and Idol, what are they gonna do at that point? Are they gonna do the classic capitalist firm thing and they're just gonna sell it off to whoever wants to buy it? Or are they gonna make a concentrated effort to keep these corporations going? That's what I'm really curious in seeing, because Brave Group doesn't really have that much of a, I guess, like a personal face. There's like no director, there's no board member of Brave Group who comes out, who kind of reaches out to VTuber audiences, right? And it's like, hello, my name's, director such and such, and we're really passionate about VTubing, and we really want to see V4Mirai, Globy, whatever succeed because, I really love the culture. I'm really invested in the future of this company. I think Brave Group is one of those more cynical, die-hard investment capital firms, and we'll see if they can get their VTuber corporations to turn a profit and to see if they will sell them off to some, I don't know, dickhead and basically ruin the entire thing. I think the model for sustainable business growth and success with VTuber corporations is that you have CEOs, people like your Sakanas, people like your Goos, who have some kind of investment into the industry itself and they have a vision, right? They have a vision for the company that's not just money. They want to sell an idea and they want to create an entertainment company that is all about providing a service. So I do wonder what we're going to see with those VTuber corporations. Mythos is quite interesting because they played into the RP aspect and had all the VTubers being Greek and God related. I don't know much about them as well. Yeah, this is the thing, Dragon Lord of Thunder, right? It's like when you're in a VTuber corporation, you need to do whatever you can to kind of stand out from the other corporations. And going down the route of emphasizing your role playing is definitely something different, because RP and the lore of VTuber characters is something that everybody treats like a meme. No one takes it seriously. However, the problem is, when you're selling a product, it's not good enough to just make a product that no one else is doing. It has to be something that audiences actually want. And the problem is that yes, whilst Mythos are doing something different, do people want to pay money for it? Well, given the fact that people don't give a shit about VTuber lore, really, they're more interested in the real human being behind the scenes. Yeah, I'm not sure that's necessarily the right business move to make. So when we talk about oversaturation in VTubing, we kind of have to think about what is the appeal of VTubing, right? And the kind of performance that most VTubers give. And let's look at this in the context of VTuber corporations. So in your minds, guys, what's your major issue with VTuber corporations? Bearing in mind most of us are FaZe Connect fans here. Why do we watch FaZe Connect, and for the most part, over HoloLive or VShojo or whatever? Like, what separates FaZe Connect from other VTuber corporations? Debut wave after wave, and hope the bump gives them the growth they need to be positive. Seems to be a way too common strategy. It is a very common strategy, and it's a bad strategy. It's basically what you're doing is you're cannibalizing your own fan base when you do that, and you're also generating fatigue as well. There's like so many VTubers, it turns people off from even wanting to watch the people that they do actually watch, because it's like, oh fuck, I can't keep track of all these VTubers, right? Hey, Frank. Yes, perfectly said, Frank. Yeah, basically. They feel like actual human beings. Yeah. FaZe Connect offers something that a lot of the other VTuber corporations don't offer for the most part currently, and that's that the FaZe Connect talents feel like actual human beings. And the reason why the FaZe Connect talents feel like actual human beings is because, for the most part, FaZe management and the Fishman give them the freedom to do what they want for the most part, as long as it's TOS and within reason kind of fits the brand. So one thing you'll notice about a lot of, I guess, regular corporate VTubers is, as you say, Astasha, they can seem kind of bland because they all do essentially the same stuff. They do the same kind of content, they've got the same kind of backgrounds, they've all got the same hobbies, and they just kind of do the same thing but at different levels of ability. You know, you've got the idol VTuber who does the Japanese songs, and then you've got one, for example, who might do rock-based kind of Japanese songs. But the problem is that you can't do these kinds of concerts all the time. You can't do like the really creative artistic stuff all the time. You need to fill that time between the music covers and the live performances with, in a sense, kind of like easily produced slop to help them get over, I guess, like the stress and the time that's needed to prepare for a more creative stream. And that kind of content is stuff like gaming, and it's just chatting streams, and it can be like yapping about their personal hobbies, for example. So you've got people like Leah, for example, in FaZe Connect. So Leah is genuinely quite a unique VTuber, because she's someone who's become incredibly successful just by, well, not just by, but mostly by yapping about the things she likes and her interests. So the reason why that's special is because, as those of you who watch Leah know, she really has some very spicy takes on things, and she really likes some like gross, degenerate shit that would raise eyebrows, I think, in other VTuber corporations. She's unashamedly into boy love. She's unashamedly into like really dark ASMR where she's whispering, yeah, like cannibalism, agamata, right? Stuff like that. And the issue is with VTuber corporations like VShojo and Hololive is that they've attracted an audience of people who don't like spicy stuff. And it's not just about the spicy stuff, but the average VShojo fan and the average Hololive fan expects very clean, inoffensive content. Essentially, what they're advocating, what their own fan bases advocate for, is censorship and control of VTubers' behaviors and personalities, whereas FaZe Connect doesn't do that. So the talents feel more emboldened to experiment with the kind of content that they're doing, and they feel confident. They feel there's a large degree of trust among the FaZe Connect VTubers into management. They feel like if they do something that they're really passionate about, and it's something that they really want to do, and it perhaps doesn't land very well with audiences, maybe audiences get a bit upset, or, you know, it puts FaZe Connect kind of marketing wise in a bit of a bind, right? Maybe it's an inappropriate comment about Indians, something like something like Panko would do. The FaZe Connect VTubers feel like management will not crucify it, will crucify them for it. So they feel more encouraged to, I guess, kind of stand out and apply themselves the best they can to delivering a performance. The problem is with joining a VTuber corporation is that because most of them don't really know what they're doing and try to strictly adhere to the more PC friendly, like traditional idol elements of Japanese idol culture in many cases, they just all end up kind of molding together into one kind of bland blob, really. and it stifles the creativity of the VTuber, because you've got the talent managers are coming in and they're saying stupid stuff like, oh, you need to play Path of Exile 2, for example, right? Because everybody's playing Path of Exile 2, it's getting the good numbers. All the other VTuber corporations are playing Path of Exile 2. We want you to play Path of Exile 2, right? This isn't an ask. As your manager, I'm telling you, you need to play these games and do these things because it's making VTubers popular. But the problem with that approach to talent management is that if you've got this girl, right? You've got this VTuber girl who doesn't like those kinds of games, and she's not a gamer whatsoever. She just wants to do her music, and she's really passionate, let's say, about music theory. Trying to force her to do gaming, for the most part, we as audiences can tell, if not directly, we can kind of tell through instinct that the streamer isn't enjoying doing what they're doing, and that leads to a not very fun performance. And the other problem with that as well is that they won't be able to give a good performance, because if they don't enjoy gaming, they're not going to be able to work with it that much. So one thing that FaZe Connect does very well is they're like, right, like every now and again, Sakana just crack the whip at them and say, like, you need to do whatever's popular. But for the most part, if people like Luby and Jerry want to play unpopular RTS and TISM games like Factorio and StarCraft, you know, Sakana's like, yeah, shit, go for it. Why not? Yeah, go ahead, man. I'm not gonna make you play Minecraft, and I'm not, as long as you don't go too overboard with the misogyny jelly. If you want to cultivate an audience around, like, saying base spicy shit, go for it. And because you're attracting people, because you're allowing a talent to genuinely provide a performance based on stuff they're actually passionate about, that passion transfers from the screen to audiences, and like-minded audiences who also enjoy that thing can recognize someone who genuinely enjoys the same stuff they do. And you can see it in the way talents talk, and you can also see it in almost the body language of FaZe Connect VTubers themselves. You watch like Jerry, for example, play Factorio. You watch Leah talk about her Chris Chan and boy love shit, and you could just see in their face that they're having an absolute blast doing what they're doing, right? And that energy transfers to the audiences. The problem I find with a lot of corporate VTubers in the other corporations is that they've kind of, it almost seems like they have filler streams regularly throughout the week, that they're kind of padding the time out because they don't know what to do. It's kind of like management's like, right, you need to have like your weekly Zapsadan stream, and they're like, oh shit, well, because I'm in a VTuber corporation that doesn't allow slurs and it doesn't allow anything problematic or unadvertiser friendly, I'm just gonna sit here and hopefully react to whatever the fuck, you know, I can react to off a chat, and maybe talk about what I did in school 20 years ago. And it's not really particularly engaging content, really. I think one of the things that FaZe Connect does, meanwhile, Panko, yeah, exactly, Pascal Sosa. Meanwhile, one of the great things about FaZe Connect is they essentially lead by example. They take full control of the stream, and they basically guide you for their passions and hobbies, which I think is quite effective. Jenny's always locked in when she plays stuff. Yeah, it's a good strategy, right? If you've recruited a VTuber to your VTuber corporation, then what you have to remember is that someone who's joined a VTuber corporation, if you're doing your hiring practices properly, then your VTubing talent should be someone who is very creative. They should be someone who has a lot of get up and go, and they should want to be someone who has a vision in the company. They should have some kind of ambition. They want to build something great together with the company. They want to use the company's assets to achieve something. I think the worst kind of person you can recruit to a VTuber corporation is someone who wants to be there purely because they want the VTuber corporation to boost their funny numbers, and they want to ride, I guess, the wave of that VTuber corporation. You should always make sure you recruit people who want to use the assets of the company to uplift themselves and really challenge and push themselves into making a form of content that they wouldn't be able to do as an independent. Hey, Wolf and Wings. Thank you very much for the membership, Wolf and Wings. What up, nerd? Yeah, not much, Wolf and Wings. I thought after streaming the FaZe Connect visual novel earlier, I'd just go on a fucking random rant about what I think is going to happen in VTuber Corporation 2025. Yeah, she's cute. Memory plays games sometimes and does cooking streams. She's an Oshi. Piku does science. Zatsu plays GTA Online and loves to sing and talk. All of them are my Oshi for a reason. And that's the thing, right? That's something that Sakana himself has deliberately tried to set up with FaZe Connect is... So obviously, there's so many FaZe Connect VTubers now. There's like, what, 29 at the moment, with another 8 to 10 coming next year, possibly. Sakana wants to make the spectrum, he wants to make the spectrum of FaZe Connect as broad as possible, so there's as little overlap as possible between the different VTubers. Is it 27? Yeah, I kind of forget which way around it is. Obviously, you take your -1 for Yuri, otherwise it'd be an even number, so I always forget. Is it 27 or 29? I forget. But you've got a wide range of different flavors, right? So it's like, when you have such a wide variety of VTubers as well with truly unique interests, it essentially doesn't, you basically have no reason to go out of FaZe Connect, right? Because it's like, if you're someone who doesn't like Pippa and Tenma, maybe you only you don't like the gamer words, you don't like slurs, you don't like Pippa's glowy shit and pseudo politics in your VTubers. Well, that's fine. That not everybody in FaZe Connect is like that. If you don't like that shit, it's like, okay, you don't like Pippa and Tenma, but then you can just go watch Fujikura Aruka, or you could go watch Chisaka Airi instead, for example. So I think one of the great things about Sakana's business strategy with how he wants to diversify FaZe Connect so much is it's like a fishing net, right? He's got a really big, wide fishing net that's designed to capture in as many people as possible. And then once he's got you inside the door, there's so much shit in FaZe Connect to explore. You don't really have much of a reason to leave, because you've got an idol VTuber, you've got base VTubers, you've got the token European who doesn't like Indians, other stuff. Airi's so innocent, it's adorable. I bloody love older women, and I bloody love Airi as well. And don't forget her massive tits as well. I'm a big fan of Airi's massive tits. Airi is surprisingly normal. I wouldn't quite call Airi normal. She's normal relative to FaZe Connect. Airi has an abnormal level of airheadedness. But then at the same time though, Airi has this really bizarre wit that comes out of nowhere, right? Because Airi is also the Yabbit Slayer. Airi's what, 3-0 with Pippa now? Airi just destroys Pippa whenever they get into the battle of words and wits. Airi can just come out of nowhere and just absolutely destroy people verbally. Airi's are great. Hell yeah. Yeah, exactly. So examples of FaZe Connect VTubers who are relatively normal are people like Rooney Roos. Rooney Roos is quite normal, and Fujikura Aruka is also quite normal as well. But then Aruka isn't that normal because she's a butch lesbian lesmaxer who spits in a bottle and then freezes it and then fucking, throws that around. Clara is low-key progressive. Yeah, she is, right? Like Clara is, shall we say, peak Canadian. She's a very Canadian woman, right? She doesn't discriminate between Gokul Shennies. Airi's tie, yeah. There's a clipping channel called Airi's tie. It's fucking funny. What a name for a tie. Clara corrupted Airi. Clara tries to corrupt Airi. She doesn't quite do it. Just no matter how hard, no matter how many shots Clara takes, she always misses Airi. Airi destroys Pippa even without her voice. Yeah, she does, absolutely. Turn it off! Aruka is the world's gay straight woman. She is. I love Aruka's an interesting one. She's always talking about the lesmaxing, but it also sounds like she lives like a slob as well. She's a very crazy woman. Jonas has an Airi Clipper channel now. Oh, interesting. So yeah, what do you guys think? Do you guys think that VTubing these days is oversaturated? Do you think we've got too many indies and corpos these days? Do you think there's not really that much of a difference between the different VTubers? I think when it comes to the oversaturation of VTubing, I definitely think we've got an oversaturation of a certain kind of VTuber, but I do think there's still quite a lot of space of different kinds of VTubers to kind of come into the sphere and expand. People like commentary VTubing, for example, I think still has an awful lot of space to expand. We've had people like Armchair Expert come in earlier in the year, and he's kind of like rocketed to success because one thing he offers that most of the other VTuber commentary channels don't is that Armchair Expert, for example, is a academic, and he has a lot of, at the very least, theoretical knowledge of the concepts of marketing and marketing and advertisement and PR, right? And I think most VTuber corporation commentary channels, they're either funny meme channels, right, like Parrot for the most part, or they offer, I guess, really surface level basic stuff that anyone can kind of come to the conclusion of. But we all enjoy it though anyway, because it's like, you know, it's very validating to hear your opinion. But when it comes to streaming talents, I think most people tend to try to imitate the successful people who've come before them. But the problem is that a lot of VTubing, I guess, staples of content don't work unless you're already very popular, unless you're already a very popular person, right? Like, for example, no one gives a shit what your opinions on anime are unless you're already some kind of like big public figure. So if you look at, for example, people like I don't know, people like Rooney, for example, who do the, let's say, like anime tier lists. The problem is that the only reason people actually care about Rooney Rooz's tier lists is because she's already a very popular channel. So people are interested in her and they want to know more about her. The problem is that if you're someone on my size, like, who gives a fuck what I think about anime? Like, who cares? Who am I? Like, shut up, Maulington. Why should I care about what you think? The slides, oh god, the slides. The Armchair Expert has an absolutely phenomenal way of presenting his information as well. It's really good. He has this ability to deliver his VTuber commentary, his content in a way that's just as educational and professional as a university lecture, but he manages to make it so engaging at the same time as well. It really is a talent in how he's able to convey his information. Again, I think a lot of VTuber commentary channels could learn a thing or two from the way Armchair Expert does things, especially myself. But the problem is I'm too much of a shit poster. I'm too busy and lazy to kind of do stuff to the quality that Armchair does. Or what your movie opinions are. Yeah, exactly. I want to know your opinion or I would not have subscribed to you. Well, there's exceptions for everything. So let's go into what's the point of joining a VTuber corporation. I kind of touched on that a little bit earlier. So is out of curiosity, is there anyone here who isn't a VTuber already who would like to become a VTuber? And if so, and those of you here who are VTubers, is there anyone here who would like to join a VTuber corporation? If you do want to join a VTuber corporation, why would you want to do that? What would be your, I guess, primary objective for joining a VTuber corporation? What do you think it would offer you that being an independent would not? Are you aware of the civil war breaking out in the commentary flesh tubers community? Oh god, the flesh tubers are always having some kind of civil war. They're always stirring drama between each other. What's the drama this time, Spencer? Debuts are the most overdone copy-paste thing I've seen in VTubing. It is. You're absolutely right. The problem is with debuts is that debuts only work really when a company has already built a significant brand, and the company gets behind the talent to push them. So debuts work for a VTuber corporation like HoloLive because people are really excited for it and they really want to get to know this new HoloLive talent who's been brought in, particularly as there's always such a large gap between new generations, new debuts of HoloLive talents, right? But when you're some small VTuber corporation, no one knows who you are, no one cares, no one's really interested in your VTuber debut because, again, people don't really care about the lives of not popular people. That's why we have celebrity status. So when you join HoloLive, just by virtue of being under that blue Dorito, that already makes you an e-celebrity just purely by being affiliated with HoloLive. So a debut would be appropriate, but the best way, honestly, to, I guess, sell yourself to new audiences when you're on the smaller side is to just show it through your content, really. A VTuber corporation would be nice, having a steady income, maybe more money to fund animations, music, games, more streamer interactions, better equipment. So I guess for you, you'd want to join a VTuber corporation mostly to help invest in the stuff you need to become more successful. So yeah, so I guess my question to you, Mealy Man, is that would you join any VTuber corporation that would take you? Or would you say to yourself, I would join HoloLive, I'd like to join VShojo, but I wouldn't join Globy, for example. I wouldn't join Phase Connect. I think one of the things that really lets corporate VTubers down sometimes is that they have this approach that they have to join a VTuber corporation at any cost, but they don't actually consider whether or not they would actually be a good fit for the corporation, whether they fit into the culture of that VTuber corporation, and they don't seriously think about what that VTuber corporation realistically could do for them. So let's go back, for example. Let's go back a year ago, where Prism Project is still alive. Now, despite its size, Prism Project, being affiliated with Sony Music Entertainment, was able to get its talents access to music production equipment and get them music covers and music productions that would be about on the same level as HoloLive, which would put Prism Project's music production above the likes of Phase Connect. What else? VShojo as well, probably. So if you're a VTuber, right, and you want to join a VTuber corporation, but you're primarily interested in the idol, in the artistic side of it, so you're more interested in music production, and you don't really want to be a career streamer, then something like Prism Project would fit your tastes much better than Phase Connect. But what people tend to want to do is they want to join whatever's the most biggest and the most popular VTuber corporation, because it's a quick way to getting big funny numbers. And I think the issue is sometimes is that if VTuber corporations do pick up these individuals, the problem they run into is that they're recruiting talents who don't care about the company, and they don't care about the company's future. All they care about is themselves, and all they care about is boosting up their funny numbers so that they get more money, and that potentially as well that they become popular. I think one of the reasons why Phase Connect has worked so well as a VTuber corporation, and why it was able to survive as long as it has, whilst the other ones have died, is because you can tell, right, that the vast majority of Phase Connect's VTubers are extremely invested into the success of the company as a whole, not just their own individual careers. Look at people like Dizzy Dokuro, for example. Take a look at all the shit Dizzy Dokuro does behind the scenes, what she does for her genmates, what she does for the company on a regular basis, that she does voluntarily with her own time and sometimes her own money. Take a look at some of the stuff that Luby's done for Phase Connect behind the scenes, what Sheena's done, Clara. Obviously, most of you probably know, or maybe you don't know, Sheena does a lot of the art for Phase Connect stuff behind the scenes. Clara does rigging. Lumi did a lot of project management. She did a little bit of art. She's done other stuff. Dizzy does fucking everything. Dizzy's always doing something for Phase Connect. Tenma is always being like an older sister type of person to the Phase Connect VTubers. She's always looking after them. She's always kind of like filtering and gatekeeping the community from bad actors, and she's also protecting the Phase Connect VTubers from themselves as well. So Phase Connect, rather than being a company full of islands who are only out for themselves, most of them, as I said, are really passionate about coming together, cooperating to build something special together with the management, and that's a culture that the management of Phase Connect itself has, I guess, kind of encouraged within its talents, and it's working out well. So when you watch like Phase Connect, we see their growth over the years. We don't know the kind of dramas and I guess the problems that happen behind the scenes, because they very much keep that stuff under wraps. It's happened in the past. I can't remember if it was Sheena or Rie, but either Sheena or Rie have mentioned in the past that Phase Connect VTubers have sometimes gotten a little bit jealous with some of the support. Others have gotten kind of like the order that some people get their music production done, or they've had genuine moments of, they've had a little bit of drama between people. Someone's taken something the wrong way, or they do that neurotic woman thing where they wake up one morning and they just hate everyone, right? But for the most part, you can tell that the Phase VTubers are really invested in coming together to build something special. And it's like what Pippa said on stream as well. At this point, if you're in Phase Connect and you want to leave it, you're an idiot, because they've got something good going and they're all encouraging each other to become bigger and successful. Sheena's chippy work last year was insane. It is insane. I'm really happy that Tenma actually uses her 3D model a lot more. The one that the kind of, I don't know what you call it, the one that she used for Euro Truck Simulator, like the really gremlin one with like the black polka dot eyes. I love that model so much. It fits Tenma's gremlin energy so much. Tenma's crazy accent. Sorry, excuse me, I just ate. Tenma's crazy accent makes her 10 times funnier than she is already. But then when she has that crazy like 3D model, that little chibi 3D gremlin model, that makes her an additional 5 times funnier than she is already. The bobblehead one, that's it, Agamata. The bobblehead one that she did during the, that she also used during the Wukong stream. That was a good one. The way they discuss internal drama is pretty mature too. They don't pretend it doesn't happen, but they exercise honest discretion. Yeah, exactly. We don't need to know the specifics as to disciplinary issues in Faith Connect and what issues talents have, if any, between each other. And that's one of the big things that separates Faith Connect from Nijisanji, for example. I think, actually, I'm kind of getting into the Nijisanji comment now. I'll save that for later because I'm tangenting off topic already. Faith is hard to not love. They're all great. They're all great. They've all got, well, what's really helped Faith Connect is that most of them have a story, not just as content creators, but as people as well. Obviously, it depends on what kind of VTuber fan you are. There are some people who just think VTubing is some silly cringe form of entertainment, right? Which is fair enough, and that is essentially what VTubing is, if we're being honest, right? Then you've got, you've got the people who are like that guy who says it's real to me, damn it. You've got, you've got the people who are really, really emotionally invested into the whole VTubing stuff and like the lives and the journeys of their OGs or talents or whatever, the real idol culture stuff I'm talking about. And then you've got, I guess, kind of people in the middle. You've got the hybrid people who are like, look, I recognize that this is just entertainment and that they're people trying to make money and do a job, but that doesn't change the fact that these people for a very long time have been working really hard to develop themselves and to give a performance for their fans. And, you can still think that's pretty fucking awesome and you can root the hell out of them for doing it, right? Realists versus zealots versus moderates. Well said, Krovis. Well said, exactly. Growing in real life, growing in phase world, exactly, right? It's like people like Pippa, for example, has had a hell of a personal development arc. And even if you don't like VTubing, you could do a documentary on Pippa, or like the person behind Pippa, and you could be like, whoa, that's incredible if you explain what she's done. I think that's something we kind of lose sight on as VTuber fans sometimes. Is that if you got a normie, right? You sat a normie down and you explain to them how this formerly suicidal, schizophrenic, stinky 4chan yabbit went from fantasizing about roping herself on stream to unironically becoming a mega idol. Like psychologists, therapists, I don't know, mental health people would really want to, I think, deep dive a bit more into the magic of VTubing and try to theorize what the hell it is about VTubing that has such a healing effect, why it has such a powerful effect on some people. That's the thing, right? You kind of have to think about with VTubing, particularly with people like Pippa and I guess the Kapipi community, is that Pippa has probably unironically saved a lot of people from committing suicide by being the relatable, terminally online schizo neat that she used to be. And even though I'm not a particularly big fan of Pippa's content myself, I do have a lot of respect for that woman and the stuff that she's, I guess, done to improve the mental health of many people in her fan base. She's kind of led the example on how to improve oneself. And I know that some people will take a look at that and they'll think it's cringe and gay that, that a VTuber, a silly pink rabbit, has had this massive impact on the lives of so many people. And I can see where they're coming from. But at the same time, though, does it matter when you look at the results and what it's accomplished? I don't think so, personally. It sounds super gay, maybe, to say it, but I think it's incredible myself. I think it's great. Might be the community. Pippa, my beloved. I would overthrow a small country in that rabbit's name. It's not Pakistan, it's Pip America. It's Pip America. People help me so much, I don't care if I'm cringe and gay, I'm free now. Oh yeah, exactly. People like Dog, people like the foot bro himself, Pascal Saucer. Exactly what I'm talking about, it's great. That's kind of the beauty of VTubing. I love how it has this effect on people. Maybe people call it cringe and gay, I think it's great, it's fun. We're fixing the internet sad boys through VTubing. and schizo posting about the glowies, right? Some are hanging by a thread, and if a VTuber helps them climb back up, that's just great. Well said, Junie. Well said, exactly. I think being able to interact with someone, or at least hear someone else talking about their own things, makes you less lonely. It does make you feel less lonely, right? It's Pippa's like a very relatable person to many people who are terminally online and are into anime and VTubing and shit. Because if we take a step back and think to why many of us like anime and VTubing and stuff, it's because most of us aren't perhaps really the most normal of people. We get into anime and stuff because it's so different, and we find it to be a higher form of entertainment than the slop that's usually produced by Netflix and in Western cartoons. And I think anime in particular has always attracted people who are lonely and the more depressive types, because a lot of anime focuses around slice of life, and it focuses around school life, and particularly it focuses on like the fantasy of having a girlfriend, you know, and being popular with loads of people, having loads of friends, or being, for example, in the isekais, you know, being the protagonist of life, having all these like badass adventures with a small band of friends. So one of the great things I think about someone like Pippa, for example, is I'd say Pippa's like the Asmongold of VTubing. I don't mean that as an insult, right? I think Pippa's much more intelligent and more creative than Asmongold is. But what I mean by that is that Pippa is like the voice, I guess, of the serious VTuber fan, and you can see that in her passion and creativity with what she does. And it's like Asmongold. What makes Asmongold so successful is that Asmongold is the voice of the average gamer. So Asmongold, it literally has his brain fully in tune with what the average gamer thinks and likes. So if gaming corporations want to know what the average gamer thinks and where they're going wrong, you just flip on an Asmongold stream and see what he's talking about, and then boom, there you go. There's all the information you need. My fucking music stop. No, yes, I want you to continue watching VTube, bloody Google. She's just like me, for real, for real. She's like a lot of people. By the way, Lion, South Americans, Mexicans, island Mexicans, oil Mexicans from Venezuela in the chat. Why is Face Connect so popular among South Americans? I don't understand it. Is there something about being crazy and based just inherently attractive to South Americans or something? But anyway, to kind of get back on my point about what's the point of joining a VTuber corporation. So I think, as I was saying, the whole point of joining a VTuber corporation is that there should be a give and take there. So a VTuber corporation should offer a VTuber the opportunity to stream full-time. Now, they don't necessarily have to stream full-time in comfort. It can be, perhaps they can pay them a minimum wage. But I would personally say never join a VTuber corporation unless the corporation itself will pay you a salary that you can live off of, because you should have that opportunity to work full-time in the corporation, I think, which kind of goes against what Sakana himself says. Sakana very much emphasizes a working relationship where being a corporate VTuber is something that you do on the side whilst you work your main job. And indeed, much of FaZe Connect's VTubers do have full-time jobs and they stream on the side, which is absolutely incredible as well. I don't know how they have the energy and time to do it, given how much work they put into some of their streams. But I'd always warn people about joining a VTuber corporation, because a lot of these VTuber corporations, they're happy to take half your paycheck and force you into these predatory contracts, but then they just leave you to fend for yourself. They don't fucking do anything for you anyway, so it's like, what's the point of joining in the first place? You may as well have been an independent rather than join these black companies. I don't understand how Tenma has the time to sleep and eat. I don't either. I was funny enough, I was thinking exactly of Tenma as I said that. Tenma's a good example of that. It's all Brazilians, making sure Pippa doesn't actually get her hands on a death note. yeah, Pippa doesn't like Brazilians. She doesn't like British people either. Says she doesn't like male VTubers either. As a male British VTuber, I am public enemy #1 for Pippa, I think. Just like acting in California, there are a lot of bad agents out there that do nothing for you really, but taking fees. That's right. I take a look at some of the talent some of the small VTuber corporations have, and it's like, for example, I only know about you because of your own marketing and advertising you did. Like, take a look at someone like Kiri Kilovolt, for example, of Globy. How many people here know Kiri Kilovolt from Globy? So I'm completely unaware of Globy or who the hell any of Globy's VTubers are through the merit of Globy Corporation. I only know about them because of all the, well, in Kilovolt's case, I only know about Kiri because of her own aggressive memeing and advertisement campaigns on places like Reddit and in her YouTube shorts. So I kind of have to ask myself, to Kiri Kilovolt, why did she want to, is Brave Group, is Globy actually doing anything for her? She's definitely using her, I think she's definitely using her joining a VTuber corporation well, because Globy doesn't seem to really do all that much in the way of marketing and promoting the success of its VTubers. But what Kiri Kilovolt has been able to accomplish is she's gone, right, so Globy does have some level of hype and interest around it. So when I join Globy, instead of just sitting back now and expecting Globy to promote me, I'm going to do my own promotion of myself, and I'm going to put an awful lot of work into my stream content and my own marketing to capitalize off of the public interest and the speculation with my generation's debut. So I think people like Kaminara Clara and Kiri Kilovolt are two examples of VTubers who I think future generations of corporate VTubers should study to understand exactly how they've been able to become so successful so quickly in their respective corporations. And it's because they've kind of almost realized that, look, I can't just sit around and let the company do the work for me. I have to roll my sleeves up, and I really have to push it. I have to push myself in order to get out there. And what I'll do is I'll just ride off of the interest that comes with my new kind of generational debut. I think that's very much the way forward. Thank you very much for the 5 Swiss francs, Vega. Globy's fucking hell. Globy is pretty shit. That's a damning indictment. Kiri is like the only one you will see. I think Pippa Pebblesworth is quite cute. Rhubarb and Custards. Which VTuber corporation is she from again? Is she from Globy? Yeah, Globy's terrible at getting their eyes on the talents. Yeah, it's particularly their male VTubers as well. I mean, I hate to number friends, okay? I hate to number friends. However, I just want to emphasize the point. Globy does such a big disservice to its male VTubers. My streams get the same, if not bigger numbers than Globy's male VTubers, and I only stream like once a fucking fortnight or something, and all my streams are low effort shit posts because obviously I'm busy making big pre-recorded videos. So it's kind of like I'm kind of seeing that Globy's starting to lose some of its male VTubers. A lot of them are kind of graduating, and I'm kind of hoping that their male VTubers are kind of realizing they're like, look, Globy doesn't fucking do anything for me. I may as well build some kind of an interest through joining Globy and then just leave and hopefully take some of my corporate fans back with me to my past life. Maybe didn't know they even had male VTubers. Well, exactly right. I think at that point you kind of have to ask yourself, why the hell am I joining a VTuber corporation, particularly as a male? But I think the other problem is, right, this is going to be a very spicy topic, so I'm going to make the point here. Rhubarb is Globy. I thought she is. Yeah, I quite like Rhubarb. I really do want to watch more of her stuff, but I just don't have time, unfortunately. Wait. Okay, hang on a minute. No, Anastasia, no. We're not going to do any of that shit here. We're not going to do any. This face connect talent has more funny numbers than this one. None of that. Come on now. None of that. What was I going to say? But yeah, one point I want to make, which is probably going to be really spicy, is male corporate VTubers are bad for business. Okay, that's I'm gonna say that's an objective fact now. Obviously it depends on the VTuber corporation. If you have a VTuber corporation that has females in it, and particularly especially if the females came in first, then introducing male VTubers into the equation is bad for business, and you shouldn't do it. So, oh my god, I say that, and now I'm getting loads of donations all of a sudden. What are you all saying? Based Maulington, no male on stream? Hang on, oh fuck. Hang on, let me note this down, otherwise I'm going to forget what I was going to say. I'm going to forget my tangent. Derailment. The most vicious small drama streamer, Queeman, who hates most VTubers, has become a reluctant leader against the historical... Oh, interesting. He's become a reluctant leader against the hysterical anti-lolly rhetoric in commentary. His tiger coverage is keener. Oh, that's really fascinating, Spencer. I'll have to look more into that after the stream. I'd be really interested in looking into that. Actually, I could go on a tangent about the whole lolly debate myself. I've thought myself about making a video on the lolicon debate and kind of trying to, in a neutral, non-partisan way, address the points of both sides and kind of discuss if what they're saying has any merit. That's something I want to do, but I'm opening myself to being like harassed, to being doxxed, having pipe bombs put through the fucking mailbox, which tends to happen every time you talk about lolicon, right? And some people really get fucking upset with what other people do on the internet in their own time. Globy Gen 1 has some tubers with less subs than you. Well, subs aren't everything. Despite, for example, Irie's subscriber count, she's one of the most donated and super chatted VTubers in Face Connect. So you have to look at all the different metrics. Oh, what did you say, Trevor? Male VTubers are a different genre completely. They are. There's been an awful lot of dialogue around male VTubers over the years. I think the truth is somewhere in between. Male VTubers have considerably fewer opportunities in VTubing than the women do, but I think male VTubers have a different demographic, but they have different opportunities as well for success. So, for example, even myself, one thing I've been able to do is actually attract a not insubstantial number of people who don't even like VTubers in the first place. And the way I was able to do that is because I don't do the cutesy girl voice, and I'm not some like dumb girl talking about, you know, dumb girl shit and playing Minecraft. Despite what you guys say about me, there are more than a few normies out there who are like, yeah, this Maulington guy's quite normal for a VTuber. I can stand to watch him play games and shit, right? Unfortunately, you're right. Yeah, so let me get back on that point, Frank. So the reason why male VTubers are bad for business isn't because I'm some kind of unicorn who doesn't want to see, you know, males with my Oshi, right? If I were to see a male, you know, on stream with Luby, I wouldn't be one of those kind of people who's screaming like, help, I'm being cucked! Like a lot of people on fucking VT do, for example. Right? But the problem is, though, is that even if you think unicornism and cute girls doing cute things stuff is super gay and cringe, the problem is that those two types of people are a very, very big consumer demographic, and male VTubers themselves tend to get small numbers. They don't attract much attention. So because male VTubers don't tend to not be very successful, you're basically wasting your money by investing in them in the first place. Not only are you wasting your money by investing them in the first place, because you're going to get a considerably lower return on your investment for investing into them. Let's say, for example, you got $100,000 on model work, for example, let's say for a new generation for your VTuber corporation. And let's say, for example, I don't actually know what the numbers are, but let's say the average male VTuber, corporate VTuber, on average gets a CCV of 100, and he makes, I don't know, 30k in a year, for example. That's your average male VTuber. But then your average female VTuber, let's say the average Face Connect VTuber, the average female Face Connect VTuber has an average viewer count of 600 and makes 200k a year. Who are you going to invest your 100k in? Are you going to want to invest? Are you going to want to invest your 100k in the guy who's only going to bring you back 30k and have a CCV of 100, or are you going to put it into a generation of girls who are all going to pull 600 to 800 and make 10 times that amount of money, right? So there's your first problem with having male VTubers in a corporation, and then your second problem with having male VTubers in a male VTuber corporation is because they're not going to attract much in the way of new audiences. They're not going to do much to endear the current audiences. All they're really going to do, for the most part, is they're just going to piss off the unicorns and the cute girls doing cute things purists. And that's going to, in the end, that's going to lose you a lot of money. It's going to cause a lot of disharmony, grief, and strife in the community. It's going to basically open your company up to the potential of drama, and it's going to potentially like cause a lot of issues for your talents and bring the whole company down. I think that's why Fishman has probably changed his mind onto whether he was going to recruit new male VTubers. So if you guys didn't know, when FaZe Connect first when FaZe Connect did its first Reddit ad 3 years ago, they did promise at a later date that they were going to recruit male VTubers, and now they've completely changed their mind, and they've said that yeah, it's at least for now, it's not going to happen. And I don't think it's ever going. I genuinely don't think Sakana ever will hire male VTubers for FaZe Connect, because the kind of male VTuber who would be successful enough to not be a significant business risk to Sakana would be far better off being an unshackled independent VTuber rather than joining FaZe Connect, unless that male VTuber was seriously concerned with being some kind of, you know, like musician or male idol type person, right? Let's say, for example, he wanted to be the next coming of Breaking Benjamin. That would be the only possible reason, I think, for a successful male VTuber to want to join FaZe Connect in the first place. I think in order for a male to be successful, we need to be free to be toxic men, right? Not every successful male VTuber has to be a bro, and they don't have to be like a toxic as fuck, you know, hyperactive, toxic gamer type. They can be people like myself, for example, who are complete nerds and love passionately talking about stuff and being shit posters, but they have to be free to say stuff that's perhaps un-PC and can cause drama, right? So in the future, if people wanted to take me down, for example, let's say I became a somewhat famous channel, and the usual social justice warrior channels or the drama channels, whatever, the very leftist types wanted to take me down, it would be incredibly easy, because all they have to do is look at half my VODs, and in half my VODs I'm saying homophobic slurs and I'm making racist jokes, right? And like most men, come on, let's be honest, most men don't give a shit when you say that kind of stuff. In fact, they find it funny as well. But you can't say that shit when you're in a VTuber corporation. It's a big part of the appeal of men is to just be a bit of a dick sometimes and say spicy shit. But it doesn't lend itself well to corporatism and being backed by a load of different advertisers, right? Oh, thank you very much for the gifted membership, I Study Buddy. Thank you very much, my friend. And thank you very much for the $5 again, Spencer. Actually, did I read that already? Kuhuman is known for causing YouTuber crush outs. He hates lying and audience capture. He doesn't like Tiger, but hates the dishonest attacks and defenses. Yeah, I guess that you can kind of respect that, right? Oh, and thank you very much for rejoining. Thank you very much for the membership again, Boa. So what do you make of the latest FaZe basement trailer? Also, keep up the good work. Thank you very much, my friend. Yeah, when I kind of went on such a long tangent there, I was looking directly at the stream, so I kind of lost sight of what was going on in chat. No cutesy voice, unsubbing. FaZe, no men on stream. I don't want to be cucked, okay? My FaZe Oshi and I are going to get married, okay? When I talk to her, she's really interested in me. I love her so much. I know the FaZe Lasses have also said they also don't want male VTubers in the company. Oh, really? Have they said that themselves? I don't think I've ever seen a clip of any of the FaZe talents themselves saying they don't want any males on stream. Internet mouse, you're not safe from Maulington? Why do you think I'm a threat to you, Maulington? Is it safe to say Lord Maulington is one of the few male VTubers? Fuck you, Pascal Saucer. Fuck you, you disgusting kapipi foot-loving shitlords. Say all the Game Awards. I fucking love the Game Awards, man. It's always a struggle. It's always a struggle. I kind of understand where Pip is coming from a little bit when she says that she's worried about all the attention that's on her, and she's worried about saying something wrong in case it affects her gen mates. It's kind of like, I guess, it's something she really shouldn't worry about, and it's quite neurotic. But I'm starting to worry about it myself a little bit, because it's like, guilt by association is something that happens a lot these days, and it's super mega gay. I hate guilt by association so much. I can break bread with people who have abhorrent views and like perspective on things. It depends on what the kind of abhorrent thing is, right? Like I don't like pedophiles or like fucking unironic Nazis and stuff. But it's like, look, if someone's a communist, I fucking hate communists. But I can break bread with a communist. I'm not gonna fucking, you know, dehumanize someone just for thinking different from me politically. And I do worry sometimes that it's like someone will blow something I've said massively, wildly out of context and make a big deal out of nothing. And then it will affect some of my VTuber friends, not really friends, but more VTuber associates who have kind of biggish successful careers, and it will kind of hurt them as well, right? That is something that I do worry about sometimes. I'd hate for I hate for another VTuber to have their career ruined or to come into drama because of something I've said, even as a like small literal Who channel. Oh, what was that, Astasia? Did you answer my question there? Panko is really male, yeah. Panko is a special case. Panko at the moment is a bit too off the radar for people to, I guess, kind of like identify what she's really like. Like Panko at the moment is so far off the radar of being a very spicy, like mega spicy lady that even the Niji sisters think she's cute and a good person, but they hate Temma and Pippa. And it's like, right, I'm sorry, Niji sister, you watch a bit more Panko and you'll change your mind about her. I like that Pippa's very protective of her friends. No filter on that. Yeah, you're very much right, I study. She's very protective of her friends. Basically to a fault, honestly. Like when Fillion got attacked by fucking what's his face, that reaction commentary guy, she should have, based for her for sticking up for her friend, I guess, but she should have probably perhaps reined that down a little bit. She didn't need to lash out and like attack an independent VTuber as a corporate VTuber because she didn't like what he was saying. But again, people like it when Pippa does that, so it's only ever really good for a brand, I guess, despite it not necessarily being the most professional thing to do. I mean, to be fair, Tem has said a lot worse on Twitter, to be fair. But Kuriman is broadly left-leaning, but will use all the slurs. Not all of us leaning that way are Puritans. That's true. It's not so much that all leftists are that way, but there's a lot of, I guess, leftist VTubers with quite substantial followings who do that stuff. Like someone like, people like Kenji and Toledo, for example, are the kind of people who would farm, who would, like, I guess, put people on blast for saying slurs and for using retard as well. Like, Kenji and Toledo don't like it when people say the word retards. To them, that's sufficient enough for them to try to, like, cancel and, like, muddy the name of another content creator. And Gords as well. Yeah, like, I think when Gords made his big video accusing VTuber fans of being racist bigots, he, like, showed a clip of Lumi saying like retards amongst other things. He also showed the clip of Lumi saying that she's that clip of Lumi nuking people as China in Command and Conquer Generals, and then she said, "I'm just ching-chonging." I wish Lumi would do that kind of shit more. I fucking love it when she does that. Oh dear. I'm just ching-chonging. Oh. She used to say that kind of shit a lot more when she was in Cyberlife. I miss Cyberlife Lumi. Such is the power of Star Woman. How does she get away with that? I always ask myself that, holy man. I do wonder how Lumi gets away with it. I think she gets away with it because 90% of the time she's just yapping like an aggressively white airheaded woman that people just don't notice, or they quickly forget that she has those random moments where she just says something like incredibly based or racist out of nowhere. Not that I'm complaining as well. As long as she keeps doing it, I'm happy. So yeah, that's kind of like the points I wanted to make, addressing the points of, you know, whether you should join a corpo or not, what kind of person you should be if you want to join a corporation, and how they can actually prevent your success as well. So I think that VTuber corporations can actually really stifle your creativity and turn you into some grey blobby mold that really affects your ability to get on as a content creator, because the talent managers will always be like shooting down your own ideas for like content and creativity, and that can really do a number on you, right? You think about it, you think you've got all these great ideas that you want to do on stream, and you think your audience are going to love it, and you should know your audience better than some talent manager does. But then the talent manager comes along and they're like, oh no, you can't do that, that's not popular, you can't do that, no, that will look bad for the company, you can't do that. Whereas Fishman's like, right, as long as you don't get us all demonetized off of YouTube, just keep it relatively okay, right? I don't want to wake up in the morning and have Jeff Bezos on my front door crying about something Pippa said on stream. Luby's like the second Doctor, good at fooling people into thinking she's dumb. That's exactly what Luby is. It's absolutely incredible. I used to think that a lot of people who thought Lumi was stupid, I thought they were just playing along with the bit. But to my shock, a lot of people do genuinely think that Lumi is stupid, and it's like, no, she's not. Lumi isn't stupid. She's actually incredibly intelligent and quite a cunning person. She wants you to think she's stupid, but she's actually controlling you. She's like light Yagami. Lumi is always 3 steps ahead of chat. Lumi's an engineer. She's got a master's degree in engineering, but she's not an actual engineer by profession. She's a very cunning and intelligent woman. She is. Exactly, that's the thing. There are quite a lot of people who are playing along with the Lumi stupid gimmick, but there are people who genuinely don't realize that she is intelligent. That's the crazy thing. Yeah, to win Factorio, she must not be stupid. Yeah, pretty much, right? I mean, I guess you could kind of like brute force Factorio with really inefficient builds given enough time, but Lumi could be slow to learn, but when she does learn, she's really smart. Anyway, let's move on to the next point. So now let's finally start talking about FaZe Connect and my predictions for FaZe Connect 2025. She is the Machiavelli of VTubing. That's exactly it. I need Lumi and Jelly to play Satisfactory. I need them all to play that as well. Hang on, let me put the PvP back. I just started playing Satisfactory myself last week. Incredible game. I'm addicted myself now. I love it. I might stream myself playing it actually for fun sometime. We saw it. Good. I have. I'll stream it at some point. Maybe I'll stream it over Christmas. So, my predictions for FaZe Connect 2025. I do wonder. I think that Fishman is going to give everybody their 3D concert in chronological order, right? Even if some people in later generations of FaZe Connect are perhaps more ready to be stage performing idols ahead of the people who came in earlier. I think for the sake of fairness, he's going to do it chronologically. So if we take a look at the 3D concerts so far, they have for the most part been done in chronological order. FaZe Connect Generation 1, then Lumi as the first wave of invaders. Unfortunately, there's no Yuri. So if Yuri was around today, I imagine that it would have been Lumi and Yuri performing as well during that halfway performing during that halfway show at the VTuber Awards. And so this year, I reckon it's going to be... We're going to see all of Gen 2. We're going to see FaZe Alias on stage doing something. So that's your Irie, that's your Rie, that's your Wemi, that's your Panko, and that's your Erina. And am I forgetting someone else? And Sheena. There we go. I always forget Sheena. I always forget Mimo. Because I get Sheena confused with... Who do I get Sheena confused with? I get Sheena confused with fucking... Sheena confused with Rooney sometimes, because the two of them are just such lovely old ladies. Yuri, Saj. Never play War Thunder Maulington. Too late, Vega. I've already put 2,000 hours into War Thunder over the years. Pascal is a mega autist. It seems to be when you hit 100k subs that they do the 3D. That could be coincidence, honestly, Pascal Saucer. It might just be a coincidence because, again, the kind of people in FaZe Connect who are hitting the 100k marks, for the most part, are the VTubers who have been around a while. But we're kind of, as I was saying just a moment, we're kind of seeing a shift in the power between the different FaZe Connect VTubers now. We're kind of seeing the star power of FaZe Connect start to spread more across the other talents. It's no longer concentrated mostly in in Tenma and Pippa, which is nice to see. It's nice to see that being shared around. Never played Total War Warhammer 3, especially never play it in co-op with me. I mean, I played a shitload of... I've streamed myself playing Total War Warhammer 3. Good game. Can get kind of boring after 50 turns though. Kind of becomes the same. So yeah, I think we're going to see FaZe Alias doing the 3D concert. And I'm wondering where it's going to be done, whether they're going to do it in Offkai or whether they're going to do it in some other kind of event that they're going to organize. I'm looking forward to see how that will go. I'll be very excited to see Sheena being a stage performing idol. Sheena's quite a good singer. SFO mods? Does that stand for short for Ataku mods? What do you mean by SFO though? There's definitely a ramp in subscribers after 70k. Yeah, that's something I'll mention in just a bit, but Jelly and Rie I think are going to hit the 100k cap very soon. Those two are doing very well in particular. I think 2025 is going to be like the year of Jelly and Rie in particular. Those two have found their demographics quite nicely, and Jelly in particular is very rapidly developing a fan base who is very rapidly developing into a cult. People just can't get enough of Jelly. Oh, I missed Erina as well, didn't I? Fuck. Yeah, and Erina. Bugger. I forgot to mention... Wait, no. I did mention Erina, didn't I? I think I did mention Erina. So, next year, we're going to be, I think we're going to be seeing more fun, original group and generational projects. I think one thing that Phase Connect has always been weak with is the generational projects, right? They do a lot of stuff where they kind of mix and match different people across the company, where you'll get like a bit of Gen 1, bit of Gen 2, bit of Gen 3, and some invaders. They don't do all that much stuff that's just just their generation, and they don't necessarily have to do generational content. But again, if you're a VTuber corporation and you're trying to sell yourself along the lines of being an idol company, then the gen mates are obviously the most important thing in cooperation to a VTuber. You're loyal to your generation before you're loyal to any other people in the corporation, right? So the gen mates should be doing the most shit together. But we see an awful lot of collaborations and group projects where they're just mixing and matching from everywhere. Like Hag Connect, for example. You're right, God Pigeon. And we also got... I hope that at some point they're able to make Phase Wars an annual event. I really enjoy Phase Wars. I think in my first year of the Phase Connect documentary, I've basically done a documentary on the first Phase Wars and what happened there. And that was bloody good fun. There were some very funny moments in Phase Wars. Phase Wars 2, even better. I hope we get a Phase Wars 3 soon. When we take a look at what Phase Wars does for Phase Connect, it doesn't really attract much in the way of new fans, but what it does do is it breeds an incredible amount of loyalty and devotion in the existing Phase Connect fans, because you get the opportunity to play video games, right, with your Oshi, your Kamiyoshi, whatever, with your fellow bros in the community. And, you literally get the opportunity to quite literally defend Milady from other communities in Phase Connect. And it allows you to kind of like build a bond and a sense of togetherness with the other communities in Phase Connect, right? Because it's like, right, we're doing some kind of death match. I'm a Kanpai Nikki. I'm here with Tenma, and the fucking Kapipis are coming for us. We're gonna go over there. We're gonna go fuck up the Kapipis, right? It's all good fun, and it really emphasizes, I guess, that togetherness a lot amongst everybody in the Phase Connect community. Not if you're a Tenma's fan, they abandoned her. They abandoned her at times in the first Phase Connect Wars as well, which is pretty funny. The Kanpai Nikki were extremely unlucky in Phase Wars 1. But they did end up managing to win in the end, despite having some absolutely god-awful luck. Kind of solidifies the fan base, exactly. And then a Ringo friendly fired an entire squad of Kapipis, yeah. I mean, that's the thing. There's so many good memories that come from the community talking about Phase Wars. Rivalry is good. You're right, Bam. You're right. Rivalry is always good fun. One of the best ways to bring people together is competition, particularly with men as well. Like some of my best friends. One of my best friends at school, I first met after he tripped me up whilst I was going up the stairs, and then he laughed at me. And then when we got in the classroom, I picked up a plastic chair and I beat him over the head of the plastic chair for tripping me up as I went through, as he tripped me up going up the stairs. And then that guy eventually became one of my best friends in school. There's nothing that brings men together better than roasting the ever-loving fuck out of them and getting into serious fights with them, right? The Gumi joining and tagging on Team Joker was hilarious. It did, right? We all got a band together to stop the other side from winning Phase Wars. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. My most parasocial moment was when a mod was scolding me in the Discord and Clara dropped some of the most unhinged shit in the channel and scared the mod away. God, that must have been some expensive for, well, maybe it wasn't that bad. The Phase Connect mods and the Discord can be a bit trigger happy sometimes. I'm not a big fan of the Phase Connect Discord mods, if I'm being honest myself. Mystery ran off by herself and this guy was running around a tower looking for her to give her something, and it was funny watching him be like, where is she? Funny enough, Dimitri had loads of John Wick moments in Phase Wars 1, where there was like a game of bomb tag, and Dimitri was able to like juke a guy for a minute until he blew up with the bomb. That was so clutch. I've got that in the documentary. It was a really great moment, and I've kind of edited the John Wick music as like Dimitri was just kiting this guy for a minute trying to give her the bomb. To be fair to the Discord mods, they have to deal with Kapipis. That's the thing. I don't blame the Discord mods for being the way they are, because they've got the fucking Kapipi channel to worry about, and they've also got to worry about people raiding the Moo Moo channel as well, because there are some anti-lolly people in the Phase Connect community, and they like to bully the mini-moos. But one of these days, I'm gonna get banned from their Discord because other people keep posting my yab art there. Honestly, Agamata, I think I think you're pretty much good. You're pretty much safe from being banned in the FaZe Connect Discord because the FaZe Connect talents love you so much they would hit the fucking roof if anyone did anything to you. So I think you're safe to basically do what you want. Hey. Always blame the Jannies. Well said, a coach of lunacy. Or you always blame the Jannies, even if they're not to blame, really. Janny hate. I just stick to the fan Discord, not the FaZe one. Yeah, I haven't been in the Lumi Cord since the downfall of Cyberlife. I'm never going back in the Lumi Cord, man. The Lumi Cord is fucking scary. There's some right nut jobs in the Lumi Cord. As far as I'm aware, some of those guys are still there as well. So I ain't going back in there, man. The Lumi Cord terrifies me. How can you be anti-lolly when most of the FaZe talents are strongly pro-lolly? Never underestimate how divisive the topic of lolicon can be towards people in general, I guess, not even people in this community. I'm not in a Discord, I cannot deal with that. Yep. So, where was I? So, I think one thing we have to take a look at as well is, will FaZe Connect continually grow at the same rate? And if not, will it become viral? Is Hans Schizo still around? Hans Schizo is still around. There's not just one Hans Schizo, by the way, Canister. There's two Hans Schizos. Lumi has two Hans Schizos. Unfortunately, Hans Schizo has successfully stopped Lumi from reading her marrows now. I mean, it's like Lumi herself said this once on stream as well. She was like, you have to be a special kind of freak to remember that Lumi even has marrow in the first place. And when she said that, I was like, yeah, you know what? That's actually really true. But Hans Schizo had been sending her a load of marrows. And he sent her a message where he was like, Lumi, I noticed your hands on stream got fatter today. That was just his whole marrow. That was his whole DM to Lumi, right? And she was like, what the fuck? Now that's funny. I feel bad for poor Lumi, right? Because it's probably not funny to have these genuine schizos sending these like inappropriate comments, you know, in her DMs and in her marrows and shit. But it is kind of funny at the same time, though. The shit Hans Schizo sends her is funny, right? But then I'm a male, right? The thing is, as a male, I'm not scared of people on the internet. Even if you do turn up on my doorstep one day with a knife, it's like, yeah, do it, pussy. Let's see what happens, right? I'm willing to take my chances with you guys if you come to my house with a knife and try to kill me over something I've said. But obviously, poor Lumi is like how tall does Lumi say she is? I think Lumi said she's 5'2". But when you're Lumi, you're probably about 5'2". Given the fact that she lives on a diet of just one thin slice of a tomato, she probably weighs about like 50 pounds. She's probably like borderline anorexic. Yeah, I can imagine that Lumi would be scared of guys turning up to her house. So I don't have to worry about that so much. Kuiman had to tell his mods banned for being an F-slur. It's not acceptable. Yeah, at the risk of going mask off for a moment, I think that'd be fucking funny, to be honest. I think it'd be funny if I had a moderator who banned people for reasons like that. When I was, back when World of Warcraft Wrath of the Lich King was brand new, for about a month, they gave you the option to vote kick people from dungeons, and you could leave a comment as to why you were vote kicking someone from a dungeon, and they put 0 restrictions on this comment section. So you can imagine what old teenage Lord Maulington did when given the option to kick people and to put a literal free text reason as to why he's kicking someone. So I'd put the most depraved slurs and insults and shit into the vote kick reason when I was kicking people from dungeon groups. Like I'd leave comments like, I'm kicking this guy because he's a great big veiny penis bastard. Stuff like that, right? That was good fun. And then Blizzard finally learned their lesson and people like me ruined it for everyone. Oh, those are the days, man. Those are the days. I miss the old internet where you could casually say slurs and like insult people and they kind of just roll their eyes and think whatever and move on with their life. People these days need to learn not to take the bait. Anyway, we're going on a completely different tangent now. So let's talk about, I guess, the growth of FaZe Connect, again, from a business sense, not a funny number sense. So as we all know, this year, FaZe Connect grew 3 times larger, grew by a factor of 200%, so it grew 3 times larger. And that's absolutely fantastic. That's a massive amount of growth in a particularly short amount of time as well. They kind of, I think, got most of those numbers in the last quarter of 2023. And I do wonder how much of that impact was caused by the decline of Nijisanji, and I guess advertisement kind of brought by the hype around Generation 3's debut, and also you had the first VTuber Awards as well. So that seemed to have like all merged together to really boost their kind of like quarter between 2023 and the first part of 2024. So Phase Connect has grown by 3 times. Will we see the same growth rate this year? I think if the new Phase Invaders wave goes well and the new generational wave goes well, Phase Connect will probably exponentially grow again. But despite how much Phase Connect grew at the end of last year, it didn't exactly become viral. I kind of thought that Phase Connect would go super viral by about the summer of this year, after how strong the first quarter of 2024 was going. But I guess that kind of rapid growth had declined a little bit by the summer. So yeah, I think that after this year's VTuber Awards, obviously Fishman sponsored the VTuber Awards, they're getting their name out there a bit more. You're starting to see more and more of like the popular meme channels on like YouTube and on Twitter as well are regularly posting Phase memes. You've got that sick halftime show by Leah and Lumi are attracting more and more people to Phase Connect. I saw a lot of people in Lumi's comment section recently who were like, hey, I'm here because of your performance at the halftime concert. So yeah, there's lots of opportunities for Phase Connect this year to again continue to snowball off of the growth they've been experiencing. I do wonder if this year is going to be the year though where they truly go viral and fully, I guess, almost solidify themselves as being the de facto number 3 biggest VTuber corporation in the English language market. Now, obviously the talents themselves don't give a shit, because as long as they're getting paid, as long as they've got their communities and they're happy doing their jobs, they don't care really, where the company's standings are. I think most of us really don't care, honestly, where the company's standings are either, because again, we support the talents, not the company. I don't give a shit if Sakana's making enough money to buy a brand new yacht, like fucking what's his face from Nijisanji. I don't care about that. As long as the talents are happy and performing, that's all I care about. But Sakana probably definitely cares about the position of his company in the standings, because Sakana obviously wants to continue making lots of fucking money, the return on his investment, and one of the biggest ways he can ensure Phase Connect's continued growth is to attract the best talent possible. And what are prospective talents looking for most in a VTuber corporation? Well, they want to join a VTuber corporation with the biggest funny numbers that will make them very popular and will make them famous so that they can make a lot of money themselves and also develop whatever skills or projects that they want to get on with. For example, you got people who do want to be professional stage performing idols, release their own original music and stuff. So there's that element as well. So the point is that if Fishman is able to firmly solidify himself as the Nijisanji killer, that's going to be in itself a massive marketing point, because the VTuber fandom is always going to be talking about Phase Connect as being that corporation who slayed like Nijisanji. They're going to be known as the Nijisanji killer, and that's always going to get people talking and hyping it up. It's going to be free marketing. But that standing as well is going to attract the best, like the top talent, the best free agents out there, because they're going to be looking at Hololive first. Everybody knows this. Everybody wants to join Hololive first. And then if you can't get into Hololive, VShoujo is invite only, so you can't join VShoujo, unfortunately, unless you're friends with the members, because VShoujo is a cronyism only kind of company. So what's your next step? Well, number 3 is Nijisanji EN. But given what's happening with Nijisanji at the moment, talents have everybody's completely lost faith in Nijisanji at present. No one of any worth wants to join Nijisanji because they know that things are fucked, the company's going down, and that they treat their talents terribly. So the only people at the moment who want to join Nijisanji are really fucking desperate to be a corporate VTuber at any cost, and those are the exact kind of people you don't want to join your VTuber corporation. You want the best talent who are really committed to boosting and building the vision of your VTuber company, building your brand, right? So if ironically, okay, at this point in time, if anybody voluntarily wants to join Nijisanji, you decline that application because they're the exact kind of person you don't want in Nijisanji, almost. But yeah, if FaZe Connect is able to, I guess, solidify itself as the third biggest EN VTuber corporation, we're going to see that they're going to be basically the second. That's going to make them like the second most desirable VTuber corporation for prospective talents to enjoy, to want to join. But that might not necessarily be a good thing, though. That might not necessarily be a good thing, because obviously to be a FaZe Connect VTuber, you have to be a certain kind of person and you have to be a certain kind of way. And one of the problems that FaZe Connect may run into as it attracts like top talent and free agents, maybe poaching people, well, not poaching, but rescuing people who have left the other corporations, is that they're going to come into FaZe Connect and they're not going to gel with the corporate culture that we're used to, right? It's not that they're going to virtue signal and like shame people for liking slurs and edgy content, but they're not going to be that kind of way. We're going to see more and more FaZe Connect VTubers, perhaps, who are that kind of... They're very talented people, right? Don't get me wrong. They're like very skilled, talented people, but they never say anything, you know, based, and they're really uncomfortable with being themselves, and they've kind of psyched themselves up into thinking that they can say anything that might make them look bad, and that can be boring. That could be quite boring to the FaZe Connect fandom. They might not take very well to that, and it could potentially in the future cause a little bit of strife in the community, who will see FaZe Connect losing its identity perhaps and moving away from the kind of corporation that we all loved in the first place, maybe. But I'll get into a bit more about that a bit later. The normies, yeah, this is kind of the thing, right? So essentially what I'm saying is that a great many of FaZe Connect's VTubers were genuinely like mentally unwell girl failures, internet neats, people who are not perhaps the most skilled or refined like we expect from Hololive or VShoujo VTubers, for example. But we don't care. That's exactly why we love them. We love the journey, we love the growth, we love how relatable and similar to us they are. And some of these very successful corporate VTubers from some of the more cleaner organizations, we have nothing in common with them. They aren't girl failures. They're actually quite talented, hardworking people who've been building their portfolios for a very long time. And there's nothing wrong with that, but it's not what we find appealing as FaZe Connect fans. We like watching Panko talk about not redeeming on stream. We like watching Tenma, Pippa, and Leah go from singing like a bunch of dying giraffes and then eventually becoming somewhat acceptable singer idol VTubers. I think a lot of these cleaner, more corporate VTubers are primarily interested in just building like their music careers and portfolios, and they want to be clean, corporate, commercialized idols rather than the kind of like real based down to earth people that we come to expect from FaZe Connect VTubers. And I think that could potentially cause a little bit of strife in the FaZe Connect community, not just in terms of the existing fans worrying about FaZe Connect losing its identity, but obviously these kinds of VTubers are going to attract a certain kind of VTuber fan into the community as well. And then the problem with that is that you've now got Kapipis all bundled together with Niji sisters and social justice warrior types, and that's going to cause problems. No amount of management and no amount of, I guess, talents coming out and shaming the offending actors is going to fix that. And you can take a look at Nijisanji, for an example, to see what happens when you allow one demographic of people, one demographic in your community, to gain too much power. So, because Nijisanji didn't do anything to stop the encroaching power of the Niji sisters and the Fujo types, eventually the Fujo types all but essentially pushed out all other different kinds of fandoms and community in Nijisanji. So eventually Nijisanji reached the point where they were slaves to the Niji sisters because they were the biggest market demographic. They were the people they were getting all their money from, and everyone else was left. So they had nothing left to do but to bend the knee to the whim of the Niji sisters. And believe it or not, by the way, the Niji sisters are starting to migrate into Faith Connect in large numbers as well. I've seen them. I've been tracking the Niji sisters. So the Niji sisters are currently in the Faith Connect community, and they're growing month by month in larger numbers. So the vast majority of Niji sisters who have migrated to Faith Connect are in Rooney Roos' community. And then after Rooney Roos, they like Panko. Obviously, they're probably not going to like Panko for that much longer once they realize what kind of person Panko is. And then after Panko, it's Irie. And then after Irie, it's Aruka. So I do a lot of skulking on Reddit on r/virtual YouTubers, because r/virtual YouTubers really gives you an insight to the Niji sister and like the tourist and the casuals and the SJWs kind of insight. And everybody, there's increasingly large numbers of people on r/virtual YouTubers who talk about how much they don't like Pippa and Tenma. But that's okay. Not everybody in Faith Connect is an asshole like those two. I just watch Fujikura Aruka. I just watch Rooney Roos. I just watch Panko. Increasingly large numbers of these types of people are appearing, and as well in like the secret Nijisanji communities that in the secret Niji sister communities that they have their own little secret websites and web forums. They fucking love Rooney Roos so much. Like they love Rooney Roos almost as much as they love men. So yeah, you gotta watch out for those lunatics, boys. Watch out for the lunatics. Soon they're going to be full of Niji sisters, right? Unfortunately, Rooney Roos is such a lovely lady that she's unfortunately attracting the wrong sort of people into the Faith Connect fandom. Why Tenma? Yeah, I think people forget sometimes. Tenma is very quick to tell people she doesn't like on social media to kill themselves. She still does it to this day, but she uses language that gets past the filters. If you concern fag around Tenma, or you try to tell Tenma what to do, or you say anything bad about Faith Connect around Tenma, she will immediately, and in the first instance, either tell you to shut the fuck up, or she'll tell you to shut the fuck up and kill yourself. Right, so that's the kind of attitude that Tenma has, and that's part of the reason why people don't like Tenma. Get the rope, exactly. She doesn't say get the rope anymore as well. She uses the friendly words now to kind of filter people who's trying to, you know, give their 2 cents on Faith or a Faith Connect VTuber. She says similar things on stream if you cross her. That's right, exactly, she does. When she was doing the South Park stream, she even did like a song where people were getting a bit too chummy with her, and she basically sang the "I'm not your friend, buddy, I'm not your buddy guy" like song on stream, and then she told everyone to shut the fuck up and behave themselves. Tenma's like the best filtration device they have in Faith Connect. That's very much true. Tenma is the only person in Faith Connect who scares me. Yeah, Tenma nailed it. She did. It's good shit. So yeah, I do think that as long as Faith Connect plays its big projects well and they continue recruiting the right people, I think we're going to see continuing growth with Faith Connect, even as some of the other corporations might kind of slow down and stagnate a little bit. But again, I think that will depend entirely on whether the Faith Connect talents are continually tard wrangled well, and that no personal dramas come out, right? Like Faith Connect is in a, how do you say it? I do think Faith Connect is in a deceptively vulnerable position, because Sakana at the moment is cash flow positive, but he's spending his money at an alarming rate on all sorts of shit. He's sponsoring all kinds of stuff. He's got the new Phase Invaders coming. He's got a new generation coming. You know, he sponsored the VTuber award ceremony. He's probably going to sponsor Off-Kai again. He's going to sponsor so much shit. He's spending all his motherfucking money, all his ill-gotten merch money on anything and everything. And that's not so bad, as long as he can recoup it back again. But the problem is that the new Phase Invaders wave and the new generation doesn't go so well, then he could very easily and very quickly find himself back in the red again, and that will cause a lot of problems. Because again, if you're in the red and you become cash flow negative, well, the more assets you have generating negative revenue, the faster you're going to go into the red. So he does have to be careful with how much he's spending. But obviously, the point is, Sakana knows a lot more about this shit than I do, right? Sakana has a degree in marketing himself, and he's run I think he owned 3 businesses before he started Phase Connect, so he understands finance and he understands this shit a lot better than I do. So he's probably well aware of this, but I'm just saying to you guys as well, from the layman perspective, is that he's spending at an alarming rate. He's spending just as much as he's earning, so he does have to be careful. If a generation goes badly or something unexpected happens, like one of his prize cash cow VTubers quits for whatever reason, he can quite quickly find the company going back into the reds and to see things crumbling again. So we'll see how that goes. I have no reason to doubt that the new Phase Invaders wave and the new generation will go extremely well. But actually, sorry, let me read the donation from Agamata. Thank you very much for the $10, Agamata. What do you think the chances are that we're finally getting a green one in the next Invaders? 100%, honestly, Agamata, 100%. We've gotten basically every color in Phase Connect now except green. I do think that we are going to finally see a green VTuber because green is a popular color. I kind of respect the Fishman for avoiding the green cat girl until this point. Like, the 2 most popular archetypes of VTubing is green cat girl and pink cat girl. So yeah, we're long overdue for a green VTuber, and I reckon we're going to see it in, if not the next Phase Invaders wave, we're going to see it in the next generation. Yep. I'm Athena. Yeah, that's the thing. That's some of the dramas we've got coming on as well. Phase Connect fans have been very cocky this year. We've kind of been looking at what's going on at Nijisanji, and now more recently Hololive, and of course obviously the small VTuber corporations all crashing. And we're kind of looking at them all, and we're kind of sat here all smug with next to no problems going, what the fuck's going on over there? But I do think that 2025 is going to be the biggest year we've seen yet for Phase Connect, but it's also, we're long overdue for some very serious drama. And I think probably, unless we get an answer about Hina soon, we're probably going to start off the new year with Hina drama. I certainly don't hope, I trust that Hina's going to be back at some point, and that she's going to be back, and that there's something, you know, something very big and personal going on in the background, and that everybody's being, you know, really patient and kind and nice and giving her a moment to, you know, get her affairs sorted. I think the thing you have to remember about the Hina situation, guys, is that you have absolutely no idea what's going on in the background with Hina. I appreciate that you really miss her and you feel really strongly about her, and you want answers as to what's going on, but it is none of your business at the end of the day. And you have to remember, imagine if something really terrible has happened to Hina personally, something really terrible has happened to her family, or maybe even Hina herself, right? Maybe she's had like an Irie where she's really hurt herself. Wouldn't you feel like a right cunt if after all your temper tantrums and throwing your toys out the pram about no Hina on stream, she comes back and she's like, look everybody, so yeah, I owe you an explanation, I'm back because I lost my fucking arm in the Vietnam War or whatever. You'd feel like a right cunt, right, after acting like a child about it. So all you can kind of do is, I guess, just be patient, just wait and give her a warm welcome when she comes back. Because again, you have to remember, right, many Phase Connect VTubers, especially Hina, aren't the kind of people who will want to cause you any form of distress or upset you, right, for no reason. Phase Connect does the professional thing where it doesn't tell the audience anything unless they have a business knowing it. And that's why we like Phase Connect in the first place. That's why we trust the Fishman. We trust the Fishman and Phase because they're very professional, for the most part, with their communications to audiences about what's going on with their talents. And again, that's part of why the talents trust Phase Connect in the first place, because they don't get tarred and feathered for making mistakes. The company has their back and doesn't share any inappropriate information with the fan base. Sorry, let me catch your membership, Reaver. Thank you very much for the 6 months of membership, Reaver. Bloody hell, I can't believe it's gone by so quickly. Thank you very much, my friend. Thank you. Fishman probably is spending what he believes is a safe amount. He's mentioned before about spending too much. I believe in the fish. That's one of the great things about Sakana as well, is that he isn't some kind of arrogant venture capitalist who's kind of throwing his big floppy wet fish stick around. after making so much money on other ventures. Sakana did start his VTubing adventure with a little bit of money he made from some other ventures, but Sakana made his money, he made his name, he made his business on the VTubing industry, and he's had to learn a lot during his own personal journey. It's not just Pippa. Sakana himself has gone through one hell of a journey as an individual and as a CEO, right? If you watch Dizzy's spoken numerous times about how she's had to comfort the fishman as he's having meltdowns inside his car, right? And get that dirty shit out of your mind, chat. When we say that Dizzy was comforting Fishman in the car, I don't mean she was sucking his dick, okay? I mean Dizzy was emotionally supporting Sakana. Get your head out of the gutter, chat. Sakana has a wife, and it's not Dizzy, okay? Honestly, you guys and your smut brains, shocking. Fishman seriously loves the industry, so that's partly why he's so successful. It is. He's genuinely passionate on the industry. He's shown a willingness to learn. He doesn't have that much of an ego, right? He's willing to accept when he's wrong, and he has a good sense of business, leadership, and management. He recognizes, he goes like, okay. So the Phase Connect, I can't deal with these Phase Connect girls myself. I can't manage them. The two Menhera and the two women for me, and now they're starting a fucking riot. So I'm going to listen to what they're saying. This is the feedback they're giving me. So I'm going to bring in Mumi. She's a woman. She's a psychologist. She understands how women work. Fine, there you go. You asked for this. Here you go. I'm going to give it to you, right? Because I want the company to succeed, and I want you to be happy, and I want you to make me lots of money so that I can buy thousands of dollars worth of Hosho marine merch. I think Sakana once admitted to Aruka that he spent about $2,000 a month on gacha games, right? That's a true story. Sakana spends at least $2,000 a month just on gacha games. The guy is a Guna Suprema. The guy is one of us. Sakana is one of us, and that's why Phase Connect is so successful and has such a good grasp on EN VTubing, because Sakana doesn't need to do market research. He just goes, okay, so I've got this company and I need to make it more successful. How do I make my company more successful? Well, what would I want to see? I want to see women with bigger tits, and I want to see hags, and I want to see a little bit of looting. So I'm gonna recruit VTubers. I'm gonna give them big tits. I'm gonna encourage them to do a little bit of looting, and I'm gonna recruit hags. Boom, there you go. He also spends he spends more money on Coca-Cola than I do. I buy a 24 crate of Coca-Cola that I go through a week, and Sakana goes through even more than I do. I don't know how he doesn't have an absolutely atrocious case of GERD like I do. I've got terrible GERD from all the fucking Coke I drink. I need to take antacids all the time to deal with my fucking acid problem. And tell them don't be gay on stream. Not only don't be gay on stream, don't be gay on the social media either. What was it Aruka said? Sakana DM'd Aruka, demanding her and Leah stop being so gay on public Twitter because it's starting to make people uncomfortable. Oh, this is my favorite song. We're starting to get into the Russian synthwave part of the stream now. That's the most British health problem ever. It is. I'm not British, Spencer. I'm a temporarily embarrassed American. Anyway, so yeah, do you guys have any theories on who the next Phase Invaders are going to be? I was hoping that Sakura was going to save some Prison Project VTubers, but looking at Prison Project, they all seem to be kind of happy being independent now and working with their own group. So I do wonder who's gonna join the Invaders. Amir might be one. It's not Kershaw. No, definitely not Kershaw. I mean, Kershaw was never really a Phase adjacent VTuber in the first place, really. Kershaw could be a Phase Connect VTuber, but the thing about Kershaw is that she's more focused on being an industry-leading journalist these days than being just a silly VTuber. Yeah, she joined the Mythic last week. You're right, Mark. Exactly. I mean, for one thing, she joined the Mythic, but yeah, she needs to join a VTuber corporation that will let her do her politics and journalism stuff. And Phase Connect isn't about that life, so Phase Connect would have been a bad choice for her. Yeah, Kirsty wouldn't be able to do what she wants in Phase. You're right, Nova Crusader. Where's the chinchilla? Yeah, where is the chinchilla, actually? A chinchilla would be nice. By the way, I had a chimichanga for the first time last week, by the way. I'm trying all sorts of like weird new American Mexican foods. I like chimichangas, they're quite nice. I'm starting to try more Mexican food. Mexican food is good. I said nacho cheese. I fucking hate that nacho cheese shit. Actual slop. Disgusting. She's not really the corpo type either. No, Kersha isn't like the usual corpo type of person. She's someone who really enjoys her freedom as well, right? Can't domesticate a fox. No. That's a good point, actually. Yeah, you can't domesticate a fox. I would love to see Fishman scoop up Fermi Kuiper. I'm not sure who Fermi Kuiper is, actually. I've not heard of that VTuber. I'll have to check her out later. Chilkin Chiller. Yeah, I'm glad that Pippa brought the P Possum back. I made that shit post back in April this year where I said a Face Connect VTuber has gone missing. The P Possum. Where's the P Possum gone? Do you mean Moon Man would lie to us on the internet? Fucking Moon Man, man. The Moon Man. Fucking Moon Man. Amy. Yeah, Amelia Watson is joining the Phase Invaders. Kusha was willing to join the Phase Connect, was willing to join Phase once. She tried. Honestly, I thought for Kursha's Phase Connect audition tape was actually quite bad, honestly. Yeah, I would have turned it down if I was Mumi as well. Especially given like the kind of talent they recruited for Gen 3. But the thing is, you need to remember, by the way, about Phase Connect. Is Phase Connect, don't get me wrong, Phase Connect, I would say, definitely is a meritocracy. They do recruit based on merit, but an awful lot of Phase Connect's current VTuber, a lot of Phase Connect's VTubers did have a previous affiliation in some form with Phase Connect prior to joining. I'm not gonna go too much into that. I guess I've already said a little bit too much. But yeah, a lot of Phase VTubers. Yeah, exactly. I mean, for one thing, Phase Connect basically is fucking Sundaria these days. So you got those guys as that affiliation. But even then, some of other Phase Connect's other VTubers had done stuff for Phase Connect prior to joining. So I had like done work for Phase Connect. So it is very much an incestuous kind of organization, Phase Connect. I wouldn't call it outright cronyism. It would make sense if you have a good working relationship with someone previously, that they would get preferential hiring in the recruitment process, right? That's just how life works, unfortunately. But I think one thing that will help Phase Connect continue to grow over the next year is that as long as it continues recruiting on a meritocratic basis, because as good as Hololive is, right? Hololive and VShojo, even if you don't particularly care for their content, they do have really good VTubers. But obviously, as we know with VShojo is a crony-based VTuber corporation. They only hire friends who have something to offer and are already big and successful. But Hololive itself has admitted, well, I wouldn't say Hololive as a corporation has admitted, but stupid, loudmouth, fucking retard VTubers in Hololive have basically come out and admitted that they got people into Hololive. Like, they vouched for them. They essentially nepotism and crony hired people into Hololive. And it hasn't caused Hololive any real issues as such. But the problem is that if you keep hiring people because they're friends of existing talents or they're family members of existing talents, the problem is that you are inviting your rival VTuber corporations to pick up the more deserving and elite talent who can mog the nepotism hires that you're recruiting, right? So kind of, I'm always hesitant to name drop people because it's kind of like, I just want to use cases as an example. I don't want it to like devolve into like a dog pile or hate towards certain VTubers. But that T-Rex guy in Hololive, who's in Hollow Stars, I should say, I forget his name. The T-Rex guy basically admitted that he was, I can't remember if it was crony hired or nepotism hired into Hololive. He was bragging that he was nepo or crony hired into Hololive. And he seems to be doing like okay as a VTuber, right? I don't think he's particularly any better or worse than the Hollow Stars who have come before him. But take a look at people like Magni and Vespa, for example. Magni and Vespa were recruited purely on the merit of their past lives. And they were I think they were like the biggest, most successful, and most beloved Holo stars that have come into the EM branch. And then you've got people like T-Rex Boy come in, who is crony hired, and it's like, well, someone else is going to pick up like if you do that kind of thing, then another VTuber corporation is going to pick up the future Magni and Vespa kinds, right? And then that's going to eventually lead to your VTuber corporation to stagnate and not do so well. So I do think that VShojo and Hololive have to kind of be careful with the kind of people they're recruiting in their new generations, and kind of bring back a more meritocratic system, or at least stop their fucking livers from admitting nepo hires. Because the problem is as well is that if you admit that it's who you know and not what you can do, again, you're going to crush the souls of prospective talents, and you're going to kill trust in the brand and the organization, and they're going to, again, move to your competitors and make your competitors stronger. I have opinions on Holostars management. Interesting. I want to see Ren as a phase invader. Interesting. Why do you want to see Ren? She's in name. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, sorry. For a moment, Asdaja, I thought you were had changed your name to Flavor at one point there. Ember, Moo, Sayo, Dizzy is also why Moo says that Ember and Dizzy are her mamas. Yeah, it kind of works though. It's a little bit different with the Sundaria girls, because Sakuna liked them enough already back in their past lives that he wanted to invest in them because he thought they had a bright future. But as well, kind of with the Sundaria girls, Fishman has basically recruited a package of people who already know each other quite well and have an established reputation. The problem is with what Hololive is doing and what VShojo is doing with the crony nepo hires, is that they aren't hiring groups of people based on that affiliation. They're recruiting individuals, and that's the problem. I think it's actually a smart decision to recruit a group or maybe a duo of VTubers, people who already get on quite well together and can produce great collab content. Because one of the things that really escalates a VTuber, I think, into making a name for themselves and their brand is a fantastic partnership with another VTuber. Like, take Pippa and Kersha, for example. When it doesn't matter how much you like Pippa or Kersha on an individual basis, right? As I said before, I'm not a particularly big fan of Pippa, and I like Kersha. Don't get me wrong, I think Kersha's lovely, but there's still a lot of VTubers I'd rather watch ahead of Kersha. However, if Pippa and Kersha are going to collab, I don't care if German985 is streaming. I'm going to tune in for the Pippa and Kersha collab because these two are fucking fantastic. And it's the same thing when you take a look at some of the most successful, like, recent flesh tubers these days. The vast majority of them are like partnerships. They're like groups of friends, like shitposting together, or it's like two guys who get on really well together. People love nothing more than the flesh tuber equivalent of like a buddy cop movie of two guys on the same wavelength or a complementary wavelength doing shit together. So there's no problem recruiting a group of people. It's when you nepo hire individuals who you can only go off the words of their vouching partner can lead to problems. Hey, Himawari. Next package, all of Hololive. I only knew about Viri and Rosa because Rosa. Yeah, and I only knew about Kersha because of the collab she did with Pippa. And again, the only reason, I like Kersha for who she is as an individual talent, but I would have never known about Kersha if it wasn't for how great her performance was with Pippa. And that's the big thing as well, right? It's not just collabing with big people does not guarantee success. If you collab with a big person, but you suck dick and the entire experience, you make the entire experience miserable for the regular viewers of the other VTuber, it's not going to make you bigger. It's probably just going to write you off of a lot of people's radar. There's a lot of VTubers who who I've seen collab with people, and then the person they're collabing with is so like fucking boring or shit in the collab. It's ruined my opinion of them permanently. I'd never view that person individually, even if on an individual basis they're really, really good, because it's like I just remember you as being that person who sucked in the collab with my favorite VTuber. Yeah, like the Toaster fellow at Twitch. Stuff like that. Funny enough, Toaster is one of the people I kind of swore off, given how bad he was in a collab with Girl DM, who used to be one of my favourite VTubers. Hey, Vera. How you doing, Vera? Good to see you. Thank you very much. I only ever knew where Viri and Rosa went, plus Viri did some voice acting for Arch Warhammer, so I was able to keep tabs on her. Yeah, having this kind of network and contacts with other big, kind of like diversifying your portfolio is always a good idea. You never know what kind of fan base you can attract outside of VTubing, right? If you get in with Arch and the Archcast kind of crew, even if you get run off of VTubing for whatever reason, right, you say something that makes you a persona non grata in VTubing, you can still have all the Archcast fans behind you. I've heard Tenma through her collab with Pippa. How did I discover Tenma? I think I discovered FaZe Connect personally because I followed Lumi from Cyberlive to FaZe Connect, and to a lesser extent Yuri as well. I was a Yuri fan. And I think I saw like a clip of Tenma speaking to a fan at an early Offkai. And I remember listening to Tenma. This is obviously, you have to take into account, this is 2022, like mid 2022. So this is when Tenma still had like a very ESL kind of voice, even more so than she did now. And I just remember listening to Tenma talk to a fan back when she was mega ESL. And at the time I was like, wow, this woman's accent makes everything she says hilarious, even when she's not trying to be. I like this Tenma woman. She sounds really funny. She's just talking normally, but there's just something so humorous about it. And that's how I discovered Tenma. I found Tenma through Lord's video on her. Oh yeah, Sherry. Glad to see it. Glad to see it. I'm always glad to see. I'm always very happy to introduce new people to new VTubers. It's always great to do that. I'm one of those people where I love nothing more than to introduce people into things I really enjoy as well, and then seeing them enjoy it and respect the culture. Obviously, as long as they respect the culture. I discovered FaZe because of a video made by some nerd named Lord Maulington. It was about Tenma, and I've been lucidly watching her on Twitch for a while. Hell yeah, Alicard. Yeah, I'm trying to build like the entire lifelong career lore of FaZe Connect VTubers, so that new fans who are coming in 3 years later can get like the whole picture and the whole journey of particular VTubers. I like it when Tenma throws bricks at people. Is the cure to male loneliness throwing bricks at Tenma? That's what I want to know. I think the answer is yes. I started watching FaZe only because V from Romanian TV was shilling so hard for Pippa. Yeah, V really likes Pippa. V likes Pippa, Tenma, and he really likes Yuri as well, because their FaZe Connect is very racismos. They are racismos and transphobos. And they say the gamer words. What do you think about FaZe 2024 as a whole? I think it's been you think it's been a bad year? Because they didn't grow much after the first quarter. It was pure stagnation, and the two gens had a lot of problems. Ah, that's a very interesting take, Inferno. That's a very interesting take. You are kind of right, Inferno. I think you're kind of being I think you're being a bit too much of a doomer. What you have to take into account that FaZe Connect has continued to grow quite nicely across the board throughout the entire year. And definitely most of their success was rocketing in the first quarter of 2024. That's absolutely right. And then it kind of died down in the middle of the year to kind of what's going on now. But then what you also need to take into account is that many FaZe Connect VTubers have been taking a lot more time off than normal to get ready and to start practicing for some of these more involved 3D concerts and other projects that they've had to get ready for. So what you have to take into account is that many FaZe Connect VTubers have actually been doing their regular streaming content a lot less. They've been taking more extended breaks, right? Like Lumi, people like Lumi, Leah to some extent, and someone else as well. I can't remember who else it was. Have been on like 2-week breaks on a quite regular basis this year. So yeah, it's kind of slowed down, and I guess that's kind of I guess it's kind of yeah, it's like, again, why I mentioned earlier before about how FaZe may potentially be in like a more vulnerable position, in a deceptively vulnerable position than they first appear. I do think that the new FaZe invaders and the new generation will attract a shit ton more attention and investment into FaZe Connect, particularly Offkai as well. But yeah, I do think that they're at risk of things not going as well as they'd like. And I think the reason why they're at risk has nothing really to do with FaZe Connect itself, it's really, I think it's more of a sign of industry trends in VTubing itself changing. I think people are starting to get fed up with corporate VTubing, and people are starting to lose the magic of VTubing as a whole. I think people are starting to get, even long-term VTuber fans, especially the long-time VTuber fans, don't find VTubing as magic or as special as it used to be, and the music of it all is starting to slow down a little bit now. So I'm someone who, I don't like being in one place for more than 3 years normally. I normally change my job every 3 years or so, because I just get fed up of being in the same place for too long, and I want to change the scenery. I want to get on and do something different. And I think something I've kind of seen in the VTubing community these days, and more, is that the people who've been around a long time, they're just getting fed up with VTubers now. It's like, it's the same old stuff week in, week out. It's the Minecraft streams, it's the yapping streams about dumb girly shit that no one really cares about, and it's everyone just doing the same old routine stuff, and kind of like the novelty of VTubing is wearing out. And I think a lot of corporate VTubers who have been in corporate for quite a long time are starting to get fed up with VTubing now themselves. They're kind of getting fed up with maybe not just being VTubers, but perhaps they're just getting fed up with being in their current corporation as well. So I saw a couple I saw a couple clips of Pippa from a few days ago. And Pippa was talking again. She was talking again about how she felt like... she was talking about the state of VTubing as a whole. And she was talking about how she feels like... what did she say? She was saying stuff about how... Again, she's worried about potentially causing issues for her gen mates. And the kind of content that she used to do, and why she doesn't do some of her old schizo stuff anymore. And I don't know, I'm kind of the opinion that I think Pippa might actually be lying a little bit, if not like deliberately lying in a malicious way, but I think she might be lying to herself a little bit. I think that perhaps rather than Pippa being solely worried about causing issues for her gen mates, I think Pippa, since improving her mental health and moving on to doing more creative projects and doing her idol stuff and her 3D concerts, you know, just growing up in general and being in Face Connect for such a long time, I do wonder if she's just essentially reaching the early stages of burnout. And I do wonder if the actual problem with her is that she's just kind of just not feeling it right now. They're wrong. I have no idea what's being talked about, but stream is always wrong. That's true. I should have brought out the dumb bitch juice actually as I did this yap. But I do wonder, I'm being a bit schizo about it. I do kind of squint when I at Pippa and wonder, are you really that concerned about causing issues for your gen mates, or are you just fed up with being like the based schizo fox who says the funny thing, rabbit who says the schizo things? And is it actually a case of you're just bored of that stuff? I want to move on to something different, something a bit more interesting maybe that you'd enjoy instead. Pippa's said that she's very stressed about certain things. She's not said what. Yeah, it's very rude to speculate, right? If Pippa wanted you to know, she'd share that information. She's normally very good. Perhaps she overshares, I think, what's going through her head with chat, in my opinion, but people love it. But yeah, it's not that I can't believe that now, of all times, she generally is worried about causing an issues for her court mates and for Face Connect, because what you have to remember, right, is that yes, Pippa has massively benefited from the Ethan Ralph stream, from Flavor, from the Hogwarts Legacy stream. If you go over the Phase subscribe tracker, you can see Pippa's, subscriber growth increase massively over those 3 major flashpoints in her career. And you may be thinking, well, Pippa, if being the base schizo rabbit who does naughty things has made you, and by proxy Phase Connect, so successful, why the fuck now, of all time, are you suddenly getting cold, stinky feet about being the schizo rabbit? And it's like, right, what you have to take into account is that Pippa didn't actually intend for all those flashpoints to kick off as big as they did. Pippa, as far as Pippa was concerned, they would just be fun little shit posts that would be contained solely within her community, and there would be no big deal about it. It would just be like any other stream. And then with the Ethan Ralph stream, that tripled, if not that doubled or tripled her CCV because of all the Metica fans now who kind of clung to Pippa from that event. And then with Flavor, again, Flavor was just meant to be a little shit post that wasn't supposed to go anywhere. And then Flavor brought in like another 20, 30,000 subscribers and a shitload of eyes on Pippa. And it brought her a lot of drama and negative attention from the VTubing community. It brought an awful lot of trouble to her fellow gen mates as well. And then shortly after Flavor, we got the Hogwarts Legacy drama where Pippa made a really shit bait where she said that she doesn't like Harry Potter, but she hates V-tweeters anymore, so she's going to play the wizard game. Then she did a classic bait and switch where she didn't really play the wizard game. She did it probably just to be, you know, funny, right? She thought it'd just be a funny bit, a little bit of bait that would attract, I don't know, her usual fan base and maybe one or two more prying eyes. And then again, in the space of 2 weeks, Pippa doubled from 100k subs to 200k subs and got a gigantic influx of like CCV, and then she got another accolade, like another paragraph on her reputation. So maybe at this point, now that Pippa is definitely a minor e-celeb and a very big channel, she knows now that even if anything she says, even if she intended it as like a light shit post that wasn't really meant to go anywhere, it has the real potential now, because so many eyes are on her, to just spiral out of the control, and it's almost guaranteed now that her shit posting is going to cause some kind of a drama, right? That's probably what her line of thought is, if she does genuinely believe that she's causing issues for her gen mates. Because if you know the career of Pippa, it seems really weird that she'd be worried about that now and not 2 years ago. Because 2 years ago, you could make the case that some of Pippa's antics was damaging some of her gen mates, right? Because at that time, people weren't quite sure if VTubing audiences would accept and would tolerate someone of Pippa's kind of personality and content style. And that could have quite easily caused issues for people like Aruka and her Japanese colleagues, right, who aren't that way inclined, and prevent them from getting collabs, sponsorships, or, you know, partnerships, or like getting into group collabs with other VTubers who are more on their wavelength. Unfortunately, it didn't end up causing that much damage, but yeah, it's a bit late now for people to be worrying about that kind of stuff. Indeed, as people, I think, are kind of getting fed up more and more with overly safe corporate VTubing, now's the perfect time, honestly, to kind of go back to being based and spicy. Because I think we're starting to see the pendulum swing back a little bit in culture and popular media away from that overly clean, don't offend anyone, corporatist nonsense. And we're starting to see things maybe roll back to about 6 or 7 years ago. And this is the thing, you've raised a very good point there, Agamata. The thing is, right, is that let's say Pippa does decide that she doesn't want to be a spicy girl anymore. Well, there are other VTubers in FaZe Connect who can now offer that product instead of Pippa. People like Panko, people like Jelly, people like Rie. There's loads of people in FaZe Connect now who are even spicier and even more based than Pippa is, or ever was, honestly. I know people gave Pippa a lot of shit for the Jew jokes she made on that needy streamer stream, right, where she made the shekels stream, the shekels joke, and she made the one world government. I think she was kind of, you could kind of interpret it either way, whether she's talking about the WEF or she was talking about one world government under Zionism, whatever, right? But again, to kind of give you guys a little bit of a background on me. So I was a Something Awful forums goon for a very long time, right? So I've been on the internet since 1997, since I was 4 years old. I was raised by the internet, and I've been on some very dodgy web forums with pieces of shit. I also used to be on EVE Online goon as well. I was an EVE Online goon for about 6 years on top of that. And in goons on EVE Online, we didn't call grinding in MMOs grinding. We referred to the act of grinding money in MMOs as Jewing, right? So again, when people give Pippa shit for saying that for making Jew jokes, it's by the standards of the late 2000s, everybody was doing it. Even very far left-wing people would refer to grinding money as Jewing, right? And it's like you had a duty as well to join fleets in EVE Online and defend territory. And if you didn't want to do it, if you wanted to go Jewing instead of defending the space territory, then people would just call you a Jew, and they call you an N-word Jew as well. They'd say, they'd be like, is Maulington coming to Fleet? No, he's too busy being an N-word Jew over in this star system in EVE Online. So again, it's like, yeah, people who've been on the internet a while can quite obviously know that Pippa is quite clearly just saying like old internet memes. She's not actually an anti-Semite. It's fucking stupid, honestly. The Let's Play forums on Something... Yeah, they were. Oh, were you a Something Awful forums bro as well, Himawari? I know you were a 4chan guy as well. I was never into 4chan myself, but yeah, the Let's Play forums. I used to watch a lot of Retsu Prey, with Diabetes and Slow Beef back in the day. They were great. It's one of the reasons, actually, funny enough, why I kind of get fed up with current lolcow hunters who rage watch Darkside Phil. Like Diabetes and Slow Beef have been dunking on Darkside Phil since the early 2000s, like several years before the current generation of lolcows. So I mean, it's kind of like when I see people dunking on Darkside Phil, really boring, like tired, done like stuff that was done 17 years ago. Honestly, so that's why I really can't get into it. Oh Christ, he's only a year older than me. Yeah. I've been a lurker of many things over the years. There's an awful lot of things to lurk in, a lot of spicy shit on the internet. Oh, you was a first wave Let's Player. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, I think I was kind of too young. I joined the Something Awful forums in 2005, I think, like 2004, 2005. My first account. I was only 12 years old then, so yeah, a bit too young to be a Let's Player. A bit too young to be on Something Awful forums, really. Yeah, Something Awful forums really was something in the zenith. They are the progenitor of most internet memes, right? They're the ones who started the big. Like they're the ones who built the foundation of modern internet culture before 4chan kind of inherited that title in about 2007. I think Something Awful forums really went to shit in the late 2000s, around about the same time 4chan did, honestly. But they both went to shit for kind of similar, kind of different reasons. Let's not get into a tangent about which shit old Web B forums. Maybe I'll save that for another stream. How did I get the $10 to join SA? I just asked my mum. I said, "Can I just have $10 for a game?" And she was like, "Okay." And then there you go. I was a goon. You remember Dustborn when Sheena, Jelly, and Panko streamed it and reached Pippa's numbers, but Pippa said she didn't want to play it, which for a lot of people made no sense, and maybe 23 Pippa would. Yeah, that's a very good point, Inferno. That's a very good point. I think again, I don't want to get too much into like speculating, I guess, Pippa's mentality, but I guess it kind of, like I mentioned in the Pippa documentary, I've always, for a long time now, I've kind of got the idea from Pippa. It's not that she's trying to do an iDubbbz thing where she's like ashamed of how she used to be and thinks badly of that content and the people who enjoyed it. I don't think she's that bad, but I think she's kind of having maybe a moment where she's like, I'm kind of fed up of being known for being that person who says and does crazy shit all the time. I want people to remember me, Pipkin Pippa, as someone who makes original, content that's valued as excellent on its own merits, not because it offends people or it's shocking, right? I want people to really value my content based on what it is, not on what I say or do, I think that's kind of I think that probably maybe explains the little bit of a funk she's in at the moment. Yeah, I still love Pippa, but I seriously do miss her on being unhinged and filterless. I understand it's a personal choice and there are others in phase, but it's not the same. Yeah, that's the point, right? It's like if Pippa doesn't go that way anymore, there are some idiots, some idiot tourists who are like, well, Pippa doesn't want to be that way anymore. She's carrying phase on her back and phase connect is going to crash, which is a series of incredibly incorrect statements. Pippa never did carry phase connect on her back herself. Respectfully, Aruka did an awful lot for phase connect in year one. Tenma and Pippa together did an awful lot for phase connect throughout its entire history. Leah has also done quite a lot for phase connect in its first year, and in the second half of the second year, people forget that Leah is a very popular VTuber among the 4chan crowd and the Autismos as well. People do like to sleep on Leah. Leah has very much had a very serious impact, a very leading role in making phase what it is today as well. But oh no, I've put the water down the wrong hole again. But yeah, you can still get the old Pippa from other VTubers. You can still get it kind of from Panko, and you can kind of get it from Jelly as well. Yeah, and this is the thing, right? Leah's like #1 VTuber with a corp. Leah is probably FaceConnect's best stage performing idol at the moment, I'd say. Leah's dancing and stage presence is incredible. I'm really impressed with what Leah can do on stage. Yeah, that's exactly. Good point, Dragonlord. Leah has her own VT general somehow. It's because I was doing the research for the Fish Quest video, and I think it's because people got fed up with the excessive Leah posting in PCG. I think Leah got like the lion's share of commentary in PCG, so they gave the VT guys, so they gave the PCG guys, gave the Leah cons their own little gave them their own little board so they'd fuck off and stop shitting up PCG with just Leah content all the time. I think Leah has the highest concentration of like dedicated 4chan users of any FaceConnect VTuber, at least per capita. I think Leah has more 4chan enthusiasts per capita than even Pippa does, honestly. That's Clara. If you know why, you know why. Yeah, I do. Unfortunately, I do follow some channels because they have some interesting comments and they're first with like interesting VTubing news. But unfortunately, I'm one of those people. I don't give a shit about what goes on behind the facade of a VTuber. I don't care how old a VTuber is. I don't care what they look like. I don't care where they're from. I don't care what they've got in their personal life. Unfortunately, an awful lot of people, including somewhat reputable news channels, are obsessed with this kind of information. So when you follow them for the good stuff, unfortunately, sometimes they do like to, archive that kind of information, which is going down that naughty territory. So I don't like it when I see that kind of things, but unfortunately, it does show up on my feed sometimes. Which is, it's the worst part about being the quote-unquote FaceConnect guy, being the FaceConnect historian guy, is that I have to go on sites like 4chan to find stuff that's since been deleted or has been like archived away somewhere. And as I'm reading through shit, I have to see stuff I really wish I didn't have to read, sadly. I gravitated to Dizzy out of all the talents because she's the more professional of the group. Her out of character, behind the scenes stuff is so interesting to me. Yeah, I think one thing I'm going to bring up about Dizzy in the FaceConnect documentary is that she's almost like the Mick Foley of FaceConnect. I think Dizzy's like the Mick Foley of FaceConnect. She's a great talent who's well versed in the culture, and she's really good at what she does as a VTubing talent, but she's also a really interesting person who has a fantastic grasp of the industry from like a corporate meta perspective as well. So I really enjoy Dizzy, not to mention the fact that Dizzy is a natural leader, and every VTuber corporation needs a Dizzy Dokuro. The woman is a natural leader. Fishman is so lucky to have someone like Dizzy in his roster. Dizzy deserves an awful lot of credit, just like Mumi, in making FaceConnect what it is today as well. I know Dizzy has this weird thing where she really hates herself and she hates positive reinforcement, but the woman really does need to cut herself a little bit of slack and recognize that she is extremely important into the success of FaceConnect, and that a lot of people, even people outside of FaceConnect, recognize her efforts and have a lot of respect for her for what she does. It's very easy at a glance to see how important and how great Dizzy is for FaceConnect. Have you heard the rats about how Clara? Yeah, let's not get too much into rats. I don't want to be yet another kind of like rats and inappropriate personal information VTuber commentary type. But to answer your question, I didn't actually know about that one. I didn't know about that one about Clara. But one thing I'll say about, again, to kind of go into a tangent about VTubers is, oh, by the way, when I say that, I'm not mad at you. Obviously, I've not specified anywhere that I don't like talking about rats and inappropriate 4chan stuff. I mean, I kind of break my own rules sometimes and talk about it a little bit. But yeah, I don't want to. Do you know what I mean? I don't want to go down that route of VTubing commentary. I'll leave that stuff to people like Proctor and the Virtual Asylum kind of people. Those guys can do that. I just want to keep it. I want to keep it clean and official, right? I don't want to get too much into that background stuff. But what was I going to say? Yeah, the thing about VTuber corporations is, right, is it's like the unfortunate reality of VTubing is that luck is a big factor. Now, honestly, given that Kaneko Lumi is my Kamiyoshi, Lumi is a perfect example of someone who's been very unlucky. It is an example of someone who's incredibly talented and hardworking, but was very unlucky for a very long time. And the reason why I think that's significant is because Lumi never gave up. And because she never gave up, eventually she did, in a sense, kind of get lucky and was able to become highly successful. So when it comes to like luck and VTubing, I think that luck is only a factor in so much that luck affects how quickly, ultimately, how quickly you become successful. But luck is not a determinant in making you successful. I think if you keep going, if you don't give up, if you really are as talented as you think you are, then just keep going. Eventually you will get lucky and you will become famous. But I think sometimes people are luckier than others, and perhaps people kind of, so some people are luckier than others and get to that top level perhaps earlier than others who work harder and are perhaps more capable do. But I do think everybody who keeps trying will get there eventually. But I kind of fucking up. I'm kind of repeating myself and going on. I'm kind of slurring my words now because I fucking forgot the point I was going to make. I think the point I wanted to make was, right, is that you take someone like Clara, for example. Clara's doing extremely well in FaZe Connect. She's growing at a rate of like 10. Clara's getting like 10k subs a month or something ridiculous. That's absolutely obscene levels of growth for a VTuber corporation of that size, like FaZe Connect. However, you could put Kaminara Clara in HoloLive and she would get 1 million subscribers inside of a year, I'm telling you right now, right? You put the blue Dorito on Clara, she would be one of the best hires, I'd reckon, that HoloLive EN has had since the council, maybe, right? But because she's a FaZe Connect VTuber, I mean, again, she's still getting very good growth, right? But again, she'd be a mega star. Clara would be if she joined HoloLive, just because she's got the blue Dorito under her name. And it's the same thing with Lumi, I think. I think, again, if you put Lumi in HoloLive, instant mega idol, instant mega success, I think. Sometimes the rabbit holes can go deep and take away from some of the fun. Yeah, again, it's because like, I don't like getting involved too much in that side of VTubing, because it can tend to lead to obsessiveness and areas that, yeah, like as you say, like it just ruins the fun of the whole thing. These are entertainers. I don't care what they're up to and who they are behind the scenes, as long as they just keep it away from their online personality and they remain entertaining. That's all I care about. Clara would be under constant supervision. Clara's too unhinged for HoloLive. Well, here's the thing about HoloLive, is that people always say that HoloLive demands that its VTubers are always very clean, corporate, pristine, and don't do anything yab or anything too dangerous. Now, that's technically true. That is technically true. HoloLive doesn't expressly say that you couldn't be like Pipkin Pippa in HoloLive. However, given the kind of audience that HoloLive has, and given the way many HoloLive VTubers are, you are essentially peer pressured. You are essentially culture pressured to be like everybody else in HoloLive anyway, though, because otherwise you become the black sheep and you run a very serious risk of becoming a brand risk for HoloLive. So, as a kind of gotcha, HoloLive fans like to deflect criticism from HoloLive kind of being too bland and too safe sometimes by saying, well, it says nowhere in the contract. It says, the HoloLive itself says that VTubers can do whatever the fuck they want. There are no restrictions on what they do. And again, it's like, yeah, there are no written instructions telling them they can't do these things. But if they did do these things, they would probably be ostracized by their fellow VTubers, and the community would turn on them, and the community would hate them. So yeah, if you're a HoloLive VTuber, you will be pressured, massively pressured by both community and colleague to, fit in with the puzzle. Stumbling victory Fishman. Honestly, I don't think... Stop fucking pausing the music, YouTube. I think at this point, Fishman isn't stumbling and it's not an accident. I think the first year of FaZe Connect was an accident. After the debut of Generation 2 and everything after that, everything Fishman's done, don't get me wrong, a little bit of luck, pure skill. pure skill after year 2, Phase Connect, pure skill. I know VT have been on Sakana's dick since for fucking ever. Like, armchair directoring Sakana, and he's proven them wrong for many years now, and now VT are reluctantly accepting that Sakana was right all along, after being like really violently schizo anti-Fishman, and Fishman's a retard and whatnot. So it's good to see that 4chan is finally learning the lesson that Sakana does in fact know what he's doing now. Every organization has its own culture, and you go against it at your own peril. Yeah, exactly. That's right. You can dare to be different in an organization, but the consequences of being there. But it's about whether you can stomach the consequences of daring to be different. It could potentially work very well. It worked very well in Pippa's case. Pippa actually, I'd say, actually in a sense, converted the culture of Phase Connect into her line of thinking. So it worked well in her case. But sometimes it can go terribly wrong. I don't care about the who behind, except for when I find out there's someone who hates me and mine. Then I went, yeah, that's fair enough, right? That's fair enough. Yeah, it's like, if you know a VTuber behind the scenes is, you know, someone is a kind of person who thinks that Republicans should all be executed and shit, that's a particularly abhorrent, disgusting kind of viewpoint. You don't want to respect or support such a person. But again, I'm someone who's unashamedly anti-communist, and I'm not particularly fond of leftists. So yeah, but the thing is, even though I'm not particularly fond of leftists, and I think their ideology is quite stupid for the most part, I don't care what someone's politics is. If they're an entertainer, all I care about is their entertainment, not their political beliefs, unless they're shoving it down my throat as part of the performance. And again, even then, I'll allow a content creator I like to do leftist talking points from time to time. I'll shake my head, disagree with them, think they're wrong, and then I'm happy to tune in next time and be like, yeah, you know, whatever, we'll just forget about that and continue on, right? But when they do these unhinged, you know, like tricky wee things where they're like celebrating the attempted Trump assassination, that's like, yeah, that's when you cut someone off, I think. C's aren't human. Yeah, that kind of stuff, right? That's going too far in my opinion. I think it has less to do with a HoloLive thing, but more of a Japanese company thing, and that's not to mention how Japan does not have the freedom of speech, and therefore anything they say will be used. Yeah, that's an interesting point you raise there, Kara. So because HoloLive is a even though HoloLive EN is obviously an English language division of it's an English language division of HoloLive, they're still bound by copyright. They're still bound by Japanese copyright, I'm pretty sure, because the mother company is based in Japan. So unfortunately, the HoloLive EN VTubers still have to follow Japanese copyright laws and the Japanese legal system, which is really anti-freedom of speech. You need to get permissions to play games. You can be sued for defamation even if you're saying something that's a verifiably true fact. So yeah, I don't envy their position, honestly. Yeah, exactly. Well said. Well said, Mendo Kusai. But I respect your choices, respect mine. Don't shove it down my throat and tell me I'm the most vile person. Yeah, exactly that. I run into that with sci-fi and fantasy book writers. They're just normal people that simply have different views. That's cool. If they're dickheads about it, then yeah, that's a problem. Yeah. I could talk down that path, but this is your good boy point. This is your good boy account. Oh, come on, Jay, Brad, don't be a pussy. Don't be a pussy now. Come on, you have to one account, do everything on main. Come on, be a man, be a toxic piece of shit on main. That's what I do. I'm never getting into a VTubing corporation. They're gonna look into my past and they're gonna go, oh my god, this Maulington guy says the F slur on stream. We don't want this guy in our lovely corporation. This guy talks about glowies and the Wefts and the globalists and shit. Oh dear. Gotta say with your chest. Thoughts on the JP branching phase? Do you think it's been a good decision that it's almost been a year? I do think it's been a good decision that the Phase Connect Japanese branch. I think I understand why you've asked me that question, because the Phase Connect Japanese branch is not as successful as the English language branch has been. But the Japanese side of VTubing is considerably more entrenched and stable than it is in the West, so it's considerably harder for new Japanese companies to really make a name for themselves in the Japanese market of things. And what you have to take into account as well is that it's quite obvious Fishman's business decision with Phase Connect Japan is to not replace Nijisanji. Fishman's Japanese market business plan is to just take the niches in Japan that haven't already been filled. Bearing in mind, it's also difficult for Sakana to be as effective of a CEO for the Japanese side of things as he is of the English language market, because again, Sakana is a Chinese Canadian. He understands Western culture very well. As much of a weeb as he is, he probably doesn't understand Japanese culture enough for him to lead it as effectively as he has been doing it on the English language side of thing. But yeah, like Agemata said, Japanese market is considerably more entrenched, it's considerably more saturated, more difficult to build an audience. And I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, there are probably people here who know a lot more about the Japanese side of VTubing than I do, but the impression I get from the Japanese is that they much prefer, I guess, the kind of slower, they tend to be slower burners in Japan, right? Like in the West, if you're like an absolutely like fucking mental ADHD, schizophrenic, hyperactive weirdo, you can explode into popularity overnight, whereas the Japanese tend to like more discerning, more they tend to want to spend more time first like investing into a VTuber before they begin to really show like their fandom and endorsement of it. I think it's normally quite slower to get really popular in Japan relative to EN, outside of fringe cases like people like Mike, like Rushia or Mikiniko or something. The only successful Kaleido member is Clara, but she's had an advantage over her gen mates due to a multilingual asset. I get the thing is though, is that you need to take into account is what does FaZe Connect itself consider to be successful? I think to say that FaZe Kaleido has been unsuccessful isn't necessarily true. You would have to see what Sakana's scope and what his projections for that generation were in order to make that kind of decision. I would certainly say that perhaps relative to the EN girls, the generation obviously hasn't done as well as the English language gens have, but considering the fact that they're trying to break into a completely different alien market, I would consider that a success. Prism Project and to some extent what are they called, Kawaii Productions tried to break into the Japanese market, and they both failed spectacularly. FaZe Connect is one of the only, if not the only, English language headquartered VTuber corporations who has had any kind of success in the Japanese market. So I definitely wouldn't say that Kaleido's been unsuccessful. I say it's been very successful for what it is, but it's just obviously not performing as well as the EM branches. But that's always subject to change. But then you also need to take into account that the Japanese FaZe VTubers, again, they're more deliberately targeting the niche Japanese audiences away from the big clusters who watch like Hololive, Nijisanji, etc. So I'd be interested in seeing how VShojo's Japanese division does. I do wonder if Fishman has basically denied VShojo's potential Japanese audiences by opening up FaZe Connect Japan. So it's like now VShojo is trying to push more and more in the Japanese market. We'll be interested. I really do want to see how FaZe Connect does relative to those guys. I wouldn't be surprised actually if Kaleido ends up being more successful than VShojo Japan because Fishman got there first. Imagine that. Yeah, imagine if that was the plan, right? I do wonder if Fishman wanted to get to. I think the thing is, Sakana's always wanted to have FaZe Connect operating in Japan as well. He tried to have his cake and eat it with FaZe Connect Generation 1. That's why you've got originally free English language for Japanese VTubers in FaZe Gen 1, in FaZe Origins, until Tenma flipped to the English language side. I think rather than having a separate branch in Japan, because he didn't have the money or the capability or the capital, he was like, right, I'm going to have my Gen 1, I'm going to have half and half English language Japanese, and boom, there you go. I'm kind of tapping into both markets there. Now that he's got his own standalone division in Japan, I think he's decided to continue going down the Japanese route, because he's like, right, what other markets are there to expand outside of the English language market? So if I want to move out of the English language market, there's the Spanish market, there's the Chinese market, and there's the Russian market. And I guess there's the kind of Southeast Asian market, kind of like the Indonesian kind of area, like Singapore, places like that, basically. And there's that smaller market as well. They're small, but they're quite potent, the Indonesian market. Korea as well, actually, yeah, Lion, Korea as well. So when it comes to these other markets, Korean VTubers, that Korean corporate VTubers do exist, but they haven't particularly been doing too well. The Korean VTubing sphere isn't as big as the Japanese and the Korean markets. And the problem is with the Chinese market, which is what I think Nijisanji has chosen to give their loyalties to. I think I'll get onto this later, but I think Nijisanji is going to abandon its English language branch and it's going to cozy up to the Chinese. And I think that's a terrible decision. I always think it's terrible for a Japanese or any Western company to go chasing after that Chinese money. I know the Chinese market is absolutely flush with cash, right? And they're really big VTuber fans. But we've learned from what's happened with gacha games in the Chinese market and what's happened with HoloLive, the big HoloLive Chinese market drama back in the day. You can't reasonably expect the Chinese market to provide you with long-term sustainable business growth, because what's going to happen is that the fact of the matter is, right, I don't mean to upset any Chinese people who might be in the chat, but the Chinese oftentimes, as a community, as a fan base, act like stupid, nationalistic, ultra-nationalistic, petulant children. The Chinese demand that they get their way, and if the Chinese don't get their way, then they're going to dox, harass, throw a temper tantrum, endlessly harass, try to get people to commit suicide, and they're just going to fuck everything up, and they're going to be ungovernable until they get their way or you abandon the market. They're going to demand that you never bring up Taiwan, you never do anything that's against Chinese moral, civic values. You know, we see that all the time. What was it? There was that gacha game. I can't remember which one it was, but there was like this gacha game, and the global servers were going to get like bunny suits for the girls in this gacha game, and they weren't going to give it to the Chinese server. And the reason why the Chinese server wasn't going to get these girls with the bunny suits is because it would like violate like the Chinese laws or some shit, and they would get in trouble with the CCP. And the Chinese market couldn't fucking was it Honkai? It was Honkai, wasn't it? It was Honkai. And then because of that, some Chinese people basically tried to assassinate like the CEO of Honkai, and they basically boycotted Honkai until they got their way and demanded that if they don't get this bodysuit collab thing, then no one does. And that's the risk when you go tapping into the Chinese market. It's like selling your soul to the devil. If you try to appease the Chinese market, you basically have to sell yourself to the Chinese Communist Party. Otherwise, you're fucked, basically. And that's why Nijisanji is retarded for trying to cater to the Chinese market. They should definitely try to win back their trust in the EN market. So Sakin is not going to go down the Chinese market. I think he's too smart to deliberately court the Chinese market and Chinese investors en masse. But I don't think he's definitely not against the idea of having some Chinese investors and having Chinese fans come to Faith Connect. I just don't think he wants them having too much power, and he doesn't want to put all his eggs into that basket. And then after the Chinese market, you've got the Korean market. The Korean market is, I think, just too small, really, for it to be profitable and worth it, even though there's not many people operating in the Korean market. Indonesia, again, with the Indonesian market, you have problems. You have the same kind of problems with the Chinese market, where you basically have to pander to Indonesian nationalism. And then you've also got the problem that Indonesians obviously, unfortunately, don't have that much money. It's quite a poor country. So again, a lot of risk with Indonesia with little financial return, even though it's very cheap to operate there. And then you've got the Spanish market. The Spanish market, massive market, huge market, a potentially clever market. But again, Spanish countries, the Spanish language countries, both Spain and Mexico, and I guess other South American countries that speak Spanish, again, they don't really have that much money to be, buying all your merch every year. Like, I know there's a lot of South Americans in the Faith Connect community. I know a lot of you guys in here are some form of Mexican, whether you're island Mexicans, Mexicans, or you're Mexicans from Venezuela, I don't know, Nazi Mexicans if you're Argentinian. I don't know. What would be a slur for Argentinians? Call them, I don't know, Nazi Mexicans or something. I don't know. What would you call Chilean? What would you call Chileans? Chileans. I don't know. Communism killer Mexicans. I don't know. Whatever. But you know what I mean, right? It's like, yeah. With the South American market, the Spanish language markets aren't going to have a lot of people buying thousands of dollars worth of your merchandising on a regular basis like the Western markets are. Oh, here we go. Good. Actually, yeah. You tell me what's wrong with the Spanish market. I'm just making shit up, honestly. I don't know anything about what the Spaniards are up to. The problem with the Spanish market, mostly Latam, is that we're cheapskates and most don't buy sub, super chat, or buy merch. Yeah, I figured that would be the coastline. That would make sense. I imagine you guys don't really have that much in the way of money to be buying Fishman's $51, what is it, Face Connect Christmas gacha boxes, which is a fucking piss take. Did you guys see the drama, by the way? Did you guys see the drama about the Face Connect loot, like Christmas loot boxes? That sneaky fucking Jew Fishman, that Jew motherfucker Fishman, right? He was like, he was asking people to spend $50 on a lucky box that had brand new Face Connect merch in it that you couldn't buy anywhere else. You had to buy it from the lucky box, and you only had a 3% chance of getting the shit that your that your Oshi was in. I saw you, Pascal Saucer. I saw you and Nova Crusader in the trenches, and it's like, Fishman. I was like, I would have loved to have been at the business meeting where Fishman explained like his strategy, because I would have been there immediately. I would have been like, Fishman, you can't go around putting gacha into Face Connect merchandise. Let me explain to you why you can't go around putting gacha into your Face Connect merchandise, especially when you're asking for $50 for these boxes. In the first instance, Fishman, you're asking $50 for random ass merch, most of which is most likely going to be shit that people don't want. Okay, so it's not good value for money for the consumer. Second of all, on top of that $50, people are going to be spending $35 for shipping, so this $50 merch box is actually $85, okay? So now people are actually spending $85 on shit merch that they mostly don't want. And then on top of that, unless it's an acrylic stand, 90% of Face Connect merch is absolutely fucking garbage, right? It's not even Chinese sweatshop levels of quality. It's like fucking, some of the Face Connect merch that they put out is on the quality. It's something they would give to like a malnourished, dying Indonesian child in an Indonesian sweatshop. They didn't even get like the Chinese 12-year-old making Face Connect merchandise. They've got like dying 6-year-old Indonesian kids making Face Connect merchandise. Face Connect merchandise, it's always broken. Shit's always missing. It's of low quality. It's fucked. And it takes about 7,000 years for your Face Connect merch to arrive as well. So you're spending $85 for merch that probably costed about $2 to make. You don't want any of the shit that's in the Face Connect merchandise. And by the time you get it, you'll be older than fucking Lord Elrond in Lord of the Rings, right? Like fucking Lord Elrond will be on screen in the next Lord of the Rings movie, and he'll be like, I was there, Gandalf. I was there 7,000 years ago when I first ordered my Phase Invaders acrylic stands, and they've only just arrived now. And this is the thing about it. Speaking of Phase Invader acrylic stands, I ordered those Phase Connect Invader acrylic stands that they released back in, when was it, fucking March. It's now 21st of December. It's been 7 months. I haven't got my Office Lumi acrylic stand yet, and I haven't got my Phase Invader anniversary acrylic stands yet either. Where the fuck, Sakana, I hope you're watching this, you dopey fish cunt. Where the fuck are my acrylic stands? How the fuck does it take you 7 months, you dumb fish fuck, to deliver my acrylic stands? Look, let me put this into reference for you guys, okay? So I watch an independent VTuber called Shiki Miyashino, right? I bloody love Shiki. Now Shiki, as I just said, she's an independent VTuber, and I just bought a shitload of her merch recently. So Shiki offered me a t-shirt, a plushie, acrylic stand, a signed letter, and a keychain. All this together was $50 and plus $20 shipping. And it's going to arrive within 35 days. And not only is all this shit from an independent VTuber incredibly cheap relative to the FaceConnect store, it's of considerably higher quality. And not only is it of considerably higher quality, it's coming here in a fucking month, right? It's not from Canada, it's from the fucking United States of America, USA. But even the fucking merch itself that Shiki is selling through this company she's working with is of higher quality of FaceConnect merch. This Shiki plush that I bought from Shiki, it has a detachable tail and it's magnetic as well. And you can even take the clothes off of it and you can put fucking doll's clothes on this Shiki plushie. And then Fishman is asking like what, $100 for a FaZe plushie that's just a plushie you could get from any crane machine. It's fucking, I'm gonna go full I'm gonna be I have mostly nice things to say about FaceConnect. But when in this documentary, when I criticize some of the not so good things about FaceConnect, I'm gonna be ranting about the state of FaceConnect merchandise for a good 10 minutes. I've been snooping through your Twitter chats, by the way, guys. I've been snooping through your Twitter profiles, all of you who buy FaceConnect merch and post about it. I've been bookmarking your fucking merch posts, right? And I've got stacks and stacks of evidence of how utterly shit some of this FaceConnect merch is. We're receiving them. And I'm going to be going full blast on the Fishman. I'm going to be doing it in the video. I'm going to have so many fucking screenshots of your fucking awful merch and be going, Fishman, what is this about? What's going on here? Nova Crusader gets a cup and all the fucking stickers are gone. Fucking that femboy Lost Abyss has poorly tied ribbons on his femboy socks. Okay, Pascal Saucer is getting this cheap faded shit that doesn't look like it does in the pictures. So much bad merchandise we're getting. I mean, you criticize because you want them to be good, right? That's completely reasonable. And you're absolutely right, Spice Stealer. That is essentially the reason why you should be criticizing people. It's like, look, I'm not hating. This is the reality of the situation. FaceConnect is charging, in my opinion, way too much money for its merch. Now, whether or not a company is charging too much for its merchandise is determined by determined by capitalism. A lot of the FaceConnect merchandise, people are paying for it in big enough numbers that FaceConnect aren't lowering prices. So yes, unfortunately, due to market demand, FaceConnect merch is in fact priced where it should be, if not a little bit under where it should be. However, I'm not a sycophantic FaceConnect fan who is willing to accept mediocrity or shit customer service or being ripped off. I'm not happy with the prices I pay for FaceConnect merch. I'm not happy with the price. I'm not happy with the quality. I'm not happy with the shipping costs. And I'm most definitely not happy with how long I have to wait for my merch as well. Poor Lumi Clipper, David CA9, bought his 2023 Lumi birthday merch a week before Lumi's birthday on the 11th of November 2023. When did you think that David got his 2023 Lumi Kaneko birthday merch? He got it a week before Lumi Kaneko's 2024 birthday merch sale. So David got his 2023 Lumi birthday merch for 2023 a week before they started selling the fucking 2024 birthday merch. That's fucking outrageous. I'm sorry, I'm not having that, right? I ain't buying fucking 2024. Lumi's had, look, let me get, on the sake of FaceConnect merch, Lumi's had way too many fucking merch sales this year. Lumi's had like 5 fucking special merch sales this year. Lumi needs to stop being such a greedy fucking lemon slut. Okay, Lumi, no more Lumi sales. Okay, Lumi's had enough money. She's had enough sales. All right, fucking cut it out. There are way too many FaceConnect merch sales. All right, if Fishman's not careful, he's gonna bankrupt everyone, and we're all gonna get fucking fed up with buying FaceConnect merch. He needs to calm down. It's like, oh boy, okay, Panko merch time. Okay, I'll buy some Panko merch. I like it. There's some cute shit here with Panko. And then it's like not even a week's passed since the Panko merch sale comes up. It's like, hey guys, so it's the FaZe Invaders anniversary. Do you guys want to buy some FaZe Invader anniversary merch? Okay, you know what? The FaZe Invaders are my favorite quote-unquote generation in FaceConnect. I've got to buy some FaZe Invaders merch. And then it's like in the same week they're selling FaZe Invaders merch. Now it's FaZe Alias like anniversary merch is being sold at the same time. It's like they've got 3 or 4 special merch sales going on at the same fucking time. And then what these bastards do is that eventually what happens is the merch sales go, the merch is off the market before you get fucking paid so you can buy it all. And then they put them in these fucking gacha boxes at the end of the year, and they're like, hey, so did you miss that special Panko keychain that was only sold in April 2022? Well, good news, we're putting it back into circulation, but it's in this $50 lucky box. Good luck, retards. It's like, fuck you, Fishman, I ain't buying it. I ain't buying it, Fishman. I ain't buying your overpriced shit. I ain't buying your overpriced tat. Good for Hime for standing up for us there and trying to fix things. But yeah, I kind of I got on an angry tangent about Face Connect merch, and I forgot to talk about what I would have been like if I was in the business room. But yeah, I would have been like in the room. I would have been like, look, Fishman, we've built an awful lot of goodwill over the years, and you're being a greedy Jew bastard, as Joe Pesci would say. I think when did Joe Pesci say that? I'm not being what's the word? I'm not being anti-Semite here. I'm quoting Joe Pesci from one of those mobster movies, right, where he calls Robert De Niro, "You Jew motherfucker, you." Did he say that in Casino? Was it Casino where he said that? It's Casino, wasn't it? Yeah. Fucking funny scene. I love Joe Pesci. He's great. But yeah, it's like, look, Fishman, you're at serious risk of first of all making our fans bankrupt. And yeah, you're at serious risk of destroying all the goodwill you've built up over the years. You're being way too greedy, Fishman. So, by the way, Astasha, if you want to know what Rie did, the Faith Connect fandom on Twitter went absolutely fucking ballistic that new merch that never been sold before was being put into lucky boxes. So Hime, being Hime is constantly on Twitter, and she's constantly looking through her YouTube comment section and reading through her chats and posting membership updates like fucking 24/7, right? So what Hime did is she had a word with management, and she was like, right, look guys, the fans are pissed, so I really think we should get this like never before sold merch and just make it available separately for purchase. So Faith management listened to her, and now you can buy, I don't think you can buy everything, but you can buy a lot of the good shit that was only in these lucky boxes, and you can buy it separately now. So yeah, good for Hime. By the way, do you know what it's like to be like a member of Himameya, by the way, as a content creator yourself? So if you're a content creator, you get notifications. You can change the settings how you want, but you can put notifications on your YouTube channel every time you get like a comment or like a like, or you get a post on anything on your channel, right? So what happens when you are a member of the Rie channel? I wake up in the morning, I see 9+ like notifications on my phone, and I'm like, ooh, let's read these, let's see what these notifications are. I wonder if it's anyone commenting on my video, and I can go reply to it. And these 9+ notifications will be, yeah, there will be a couple comments, but there'll be like 3 or 4 fucking updates from Rie. And then it's like, I go to work, I get ready for work, about an hour later, I'm in work, check my phone again, I've got 2 updates, and it's another membership update from Rie, and she's posted a video. And about an hour later, I check my phone again, I've got another notification, check the notification, it's been an hour, and Rie has posted another fucking video on the membership channel. And then I put my phone away again for 2-3 hours, check my phone again 2-3 hours later, 2 notifications, it's Rie again posting updates on a fucking membership page. It's like, Rie, for Christ's sake, lady, like, take a break, yeah? We're not going away. Just calm down, woman. Yeah, the talents shouldn't be have to doing it, right? It's unfortunate. But this is the thing. I think Rie probably, I don't know, I'll give Face management the benefit of the doubt here and say that Rie jumped on it before Face Connect management had like a meeting about it to discuss how they're going to address the backlash from the community. So yeah, it's kind of I think when you're looking at it honestly from a business perspective, I don't think Rie should have come out to brag that she was the one that did it, because it makes Face Connect kind of look bad, and she's kind of one-upping her own VTuber corporation. But it's like, you know what I mean? It's like, oh yeah, bit of a grey area. Because I was thinking myself what I would do in that situation, and I would definitely myself in the first instance ask to have a meeting with management and try to fix that shit out. But then I wouldn't go on to Twitter and say, it was all me, guys, you can thank me. I'd just let the company, you know, fix that mistake themselves and make it look like they were listening to the feedback, because it, you know, it makes the company look better. But yeah, I mean, I don't think we really care all that much, really, right? Either way, it's good that Rie did what she did. She's a very good egg, Rie. Like I said in the Rie video, Rie cares an awful lot about VTubing, and she cares an awful lot about her fans in the community. So yeah, Rie really is one of those people who really does genuinely care about where she is and what she's doing. So that's why I really respect the lady. I've had my Rie membership now for 8 months, and unfortunately, I just don't have time to watch Rie. But even though I don't even watch Rie much, if at all, recently, I still keep that membership going. So I just really respect that lady, and I think she deserves the membership money. I was surprised to see Banco posting as much as she did on her Discord today. She did a back and forth with the Ringos for a good 10 minutes or so. Yeah, it's always nice to see talents who do take that extra effort to communicate with their fan bases. Again, when it comes to VTuber corporations, I think that is one of the things that really sets FaZe Connect apart from the other VTuber corporations. I think most Hololive VTubers, and certainly VShojo VTubers, they keep their communities at an arm's length distance-wise. They keep the communities at an arm's length when it comes to social media interactions. They only really interact with fan art, and even then, they only interact with their fan artists who are really big, important, and famous. They don't really reply to their fan artists who are on the smaller side and on the unknown side. But one of the things that's really, one of FaZe Connect's things isn't just the fact that they're men-hero degenerates who act like real people. They keep the show going, even in social media. So if you're still here, if Agemata is still here, so the reason everybody loves Agemata is because he draws... So I don't know if you're a male or female, sorry, Agemata. So the thing about Agemata... Yeah, you're still here. Hey, Agemata. And so one of the reason why everybody loves Agemata so much is because Agemata follows all the FaZe Connect memes on social media, and then he goes and then draws them for everybody, and he has such a fantastic... Not only is his art fantastic, but it's kind of like... He has I don't know what you call it, the mind as well. He has the perfect mindset to draw FaZe Connect like memes and like lore art and stuff. So he's drawn stuff like Aruka and her millions of cubs, but the way he drew Aruka and her millions of cubs is to have like millions of like deformed, you know, like cubs growing out of Aruka's actual physical body and shit. And it's like, who the fuck thinks of that kind of stuff? But it's great. He's always cooking such wonderful stuff. But it's precisely because FaZe Connect have these absolutely outrageous, degenerate moments on social media for Agemata to draw. It adds so much to the lore of FaZe Connect, and it's so much fun. So it creates this environment where even if the FaZe Connect VTubers are all offline and not streaming, you could just open up Twitter and they're continuing on there. They're still acting, they're still going, they're still giving a fucking absolutely hilarious like performance. Clara's always posting crazy shit on Twitter, so you can just keep watching it. The Feet Connect comic was god tier shit post. Yeah, I know you would like the Feet Connect fucking comic, Pascal Saucer, you dirty bastard. I don't like feet, unfortunately. So whilst I thought that was a great bit of art, do you guys know what I'm talking about? Should I get it up on stream, actually? I don't know if YouTube will ban me for showing it on stream. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted memberships, Daniel Sierra, buddy. Thank you very much, my friend. That's very generous of you. Thank you, thank you. Do you guys know what I'm talking about when we mentioned the Feet Connect stream? Do you want to see it? Do you want to see it? Hang on, give me a minute. Give me a minute. I'll show you if you guys don't have Twitter and you don't know. Let me see if I get bonked for showing this up on stream. Hang on. Give me 1 moment to scroll through my bookmarks. I've got a shitload of bookmarks. It might take me a while to just scroll through it all. Whilst we're going, talk amongst yourselves, kids. Oh my god, I've made a fuck ton of bookmarks since you made that comic. I need to start organizing my bookmarks. Actually, before we look at that one, hang on, I've got to open this in a new tab. Hang on, look at this. Look at this. Right, this is some of the shit Agemata draws on Twitter, by the way. Look at this. Haruka's impregnated Leah and Ember. Look at that. This is what our boy Agamata draws on Twitter. The mad lad. I fucking love Agamata. He's my favorite artist. He's my favorite phase artist. Oh my god! How many books? Oh, here we go. I found it. Vtopia. Oh shit. Oh, because it's goes back so far. It's doing the weird thing. Okay, here we go. Hang on. Let me grab the tab. All right, here we go. Here we go. So somewhere in an alternate reality, a fishman named Free Canna runs the VTuber agency called Face Connect. Welcome to Face Connect, Vtopia, where you can enjoy all things feet about your favorite talents. And then here we go. We've got, look at some fine art. We've got Panko. We've got Lumi. I think that's Clara as well on stage to the fans. We've got a Tenma doll there. Are you turning into Kershaw with 100? I do have about 286 bookmarks open at the moment. They're all relating on Phase Connect, like clips and VODs and shit for the Phase Connect documentary. Oh shit, hang on. It's not showing me the other sets in the reply. I'm gonna have to go back to the previous. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm not sure if I can show this on stream actually. I forgot how lewd this was. Hang on, I'll show you one. I'll show you one quickly. Hopefully YouTube won't ban me. And look at this crazy man. Look at this Agemata. Look at that. He's got fucking Erina giving what do you call it? An eggplant a foot job. He's fucking mad, lads. Oh dear. I don't think I can share that on YouTube. Hopefully I won't get banned or get a community guideline strike. But goddamn, this is Agemata, right? I'll link it in the chat later if you guys want. Actually, hang on. I'll post it now for you, so you can use it later for research purposes. Hang on, let me post it in the chat so for research purposes. Oh fuck, hang on a minute. I lost it now, so I'm gonna have to scroll back down again. Give me a second. Give me a second to get back there. Continue talking amongst yourselves. What time is it? Oh my god, I've already hit the 3-hour mark and I've not even finished yapping about Face Connect. I knew this was gonna happen. Well, yeah, maybe we won't talk about Nijisanji and HoloLive. I'll just talk about Face Connect for the next hour or so. Hang on. Nearly there, guys. Nearly there. Alright. Oh, wait. No, is that it? That's not it. Hang on. So I literally bookmark everything Agemata draws. So I've got so many bookmarks. Okay, found it. Here we go. Okay, let me post this in the chat for you. Okay, so save this if you want to go on a wild rise of your favorite Face Connect VTuber giving a foot job. There you go. There you go, boys. Save that link. Save that link. Enjoy. Let's continue where we left off. What do you think about the phase outfits this year? They've gone crazy, releasing a lot of outfits this year. Yeah. I don't honestly. I don't think they've missed with any of the outfits honestly this year. I would say that the only outfit that I'm kind of disappointed in actually is Panko's Goonfather outfit. I don't have a problem with the outfit as such. It's more that they did something weird with Panko's hands in that new outfit. Her hands almost look like they're drawn by AI. Her hands look really off proportion-wise, particularly when they're like on some kind of brightly coloured background. Her hands almost look like deformed John Carpenter's The Thing hands. It's really noticeable. That's the only thing I don't like about Panko's new outfit, is her hands are weird. Underwhelming compared to the rest of the girls, Amo? Oh, what, you think, what, Panko's outfit is F-Rock, you mean? I think the most underwhelming outfit I find of all the new outfits is Iori's one. I'm not a big fan of Iori's new outfit, but maybe it's the kind of thing that Iori really likes. Yeah, I don't have a problem with the overall style of Panko's outfit, Pavlo. It's just the hands is that I have a problem with. I found the hands problem really noticeable. The only one I'm disappointed is with Rie. It looks too rigid. Also, her hand is always in that awkward position instead of the traditional hands pointing downwards. I kind of like Rie's outfit because it reminds me of like an early 19th century southern US bow. She looks like kind of like a Confederate, like a high class Confederate lady. I think Rie's outfit does. But I kind of have a problem with Rie's outfit in so much that it doesn't really scream Rie to me. There's nothing wrong with the outfit. I just don't think Rie's outfit really fits Rie. It doesn't scream like Rie's personality to me, her outfit. But otherwise, it is a very finely drawn and designed outfit. It just doesn't feel very Rie to me. I would have gone for a more like idol, or like maybe a more regal, like a more classical K-pop, or maybe like a more regal kind of outfit for Rie. I would have gone with personally. Oh, I fucking love this song. Hang on a minute. Oh, God, this song is so sad. Why is Russian music so incredibly fucking sad yet beautiful at the same time? How do they do it? Oh, the guitar in this song, man. Oh my God. I feel so depressed yet so optimistic at the same time when I hear this guitar. My God, this song, man, is so powerful. Beautiful song. Because they live in Russia, my man. Yeah, very true. Probably because Russian history is so sad. I'm obsessed with like Russian history and culture these days. I'm becoming a bit of a Russia boo. Probably why I'm learning Russian in the first place. I want to speak more of my Russia bros. Anyway, let's get back on with the presentation and stop talking about stupid shit. I don't know. Yeah, because Russian existences have been depressing. Yeah, хорошо. Кто tipo professi, блядь? Я Lord Maulington. Maulington is Anglia. Кто там? Volon suka, блядь. Volon suka. Actually, technically speaking, Lumi's pet name in Russian would be Limon Suka, right? It'd be Limon Suka. So Lumi's name would be Suka. Her pet name would be Suka. You go, Volon Limon Suka, bliat. Okay, where was I? Yeah, so star power spreading more evenly. We're going to kind of go into the route a little bit of number fagging when we talk about this, but one thing I'm quite happy to see now is the star power is spreading more evenly along Face Connect. As I mentioned a little bit earlier before, Rie and Jelly are going to hit the 100k subscriber mark real soon as well. So it's nice to see the other Face Connect VTubers are getting the attention that they so richly deserve, right? It's like why I'm here in the first place making content is I always thought that the non-Pippa and Tenma VTubers, particularly my best girl Lumi, disgustingly underrated, very high quality VTubers. They just don't have enough. They just haven't been given enough of a push. They just haven't been given enough attention yet for people to recognize how great they are. And you can kind of see that with Aruka's growth this year, where she gained like 30,000 subscribers in like 3 weeks or something. And the reason why she got all those subscribers so suddenly is because HoloLive debuted a violin playing VTuber. So because HoloLive, a massive VTuber corporation, had a violin VTuber, the algorithm was also boosting Aruka as well as this HoloLive VTuber. And again, that's not to take away Aruka. I'm not saying that Aruka became very successful because HoloLive had a violin VTuber. The point is that the algorithmic boost, the marketing boost, the publicity boost from HoloLive's violin VTuber allowed more people to reach Aruka, and then when people reached Aruka, they realized how truly great Aruka is as a VTuber. So for those of you who don't watch VTuber and other shit, or what Aruka gets up to, so Aruka does a lot of music streams. She plays instruments. She mostly plays violin and guitar. She does a lot of like chatting streams and like cozy streams with her community. And she does a lot of like music theory review and deconstruction as well. She did. She played violin in Cece's violin song. No, she did. You're right, Lion. And she also did a 3D concert in Wipeout, I think it was called. She did a massive 3D concert in Wipeout with a bunch of other musically talented VTubers at the same time. So Aruka has always been actually very busy trying to promote herself as well on Reddit. I always get shocked. Every now and again, I see Aruka, like herself, advertising herself on r/virtual VTubers. And it's always shocking to see like someone post, Violin Blue Bear does this song. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. And the Aruka fan is posting in here. And then I take a look at it and it's like, oh shit, it's Aruka herself is promoting herself. That's cool. Aruka put the work in. Bluebird deserves it. She does very much. I've been a big fan of Aruka for a very, very long time. Aruka is actually one of my Oshis, funnily enough, one of my lesser Oshis. My Kami Oshi, as we all know, is Lumi, and my lesser Oshis are Tenma, Aruka, Shiki Miyashino, and I would say Airi maybe would be up there as well. And then everyone below that is kind of like, I really enjoy them, but they're not Oshi level. So that's kind of like that's my personal tier list. Aruka also mentioned that she was the de facto music director for the company there for a while, until Fishman hired someone for the position. Yeah, that's actually a big thing, by the way, that many people maybe don't know about. I've been watching a lot of the first year and the early VODs of the Face Connect talents, obviously, as part of my documentary. And I've uncovered a lot of shit, actually, I don't think people know. Like, did you guys know, for example, that before each Face Connect VTuber got their own clipper and editor to do their editing for them, Mumi used to do most of it. So back in the day, back in that first year, Mumi used to do like the highlights and the compilation videos for Face Connect VTubers. She did a 30-minute mega compilation of Tenma's first Kingdom Hearts Let's Play, and she's really good, actually. She's a very good video editor, is Mumi, and she did that for all the talents, obviously, as part of her responsibilities as obviously as a talent manager. Because back in the first year, back before the debut of Generation 2, Face Connect management was basically Sakana and Mumi. Just those two, basically, and on and off Dizzy sometimes as well. So yeah, back in those early days, Sakana and Mumi were really putting in the work like themselves. They were really rolling their sleeves up and getting involved in a lot of shit. Like Sakana himself did all the Reddit posts, like the 4chan ads and engagement and shit like that as well. Is Mumi still around? Mumi is still around, yeah. Dizzy's been trying to get an interview with her. I can't remember. Am I hallucinating? Did Dizzy eventually get that interview with Mumi? I can't remember now. If she has, I haven't seen it yet. I've been busy. But I think Mumi is just really busy with Face Connect, with organizing Face Connect Japan, and now she also has to onboard, Generation 4 and the new Face Invaders. So yeah, I think Mumi's just too busy, and she's not particularly perhaps excited about being on the camera and talking stuff. Yeah, that was it. She interviewed Aiko, didn't she? That was it. Yeah, Aiko. Do you agree with this theory? Mumi has been out of the company for more than a year already, and I'm not going to announce it because Mumi is a symbol of the old phase that needs to stay forever. No, I don't think that's true at all. That sounds like a kind of like a VT rat kind of thing. I think if Mumi left, they would announce that kind of thing. And as well, Dizzy in very recent times has been talking about getting that interview with Mumi, so Dizzy wouldn't want to interview someone who's out of the company. I think the reason why Mumi's been quite quiet, if you didn't know, is that she gets involved in a lot of the work around Face Connect Japan, right? So Mumi is heavily involved in Face Japan, so she's busy with that shit. Mumi will be forever remembered as the Emperor's finest, yeah. Do you think Mumi is secretly dead and Fishman is puppeting her like a marionette? Maybe. That could be the case. It could equally be likely that just Face Connect marketing in general is a bucket of dead fish. As we all know, Low Effort Clips is the marketing department of Face Connect, right? Mumi is like the head manager. Yeah, Mumi's like the lead talent manager, and she's a project manager as well. And she also gets involved heavily in the corporate side of things, including running Face Connect Japan. So she's a very busy lady, probably isn't paid enough or appreciated enough for what she does. Aiko seems to be getting more visible lately. It's good to see. Yeah, Aiko is probably going to be taking on a lot of the responsibilities maybe that Mumi used to do, as Mumi kind of moves up into a bigger and more strategic role. This is the thing that you guys have to remember. Face Connect is getting really big now. It's getting really big from a corporate standpoint. And they're getting really big from the number of talent managers, right? So as they get bigger, as the company gets much bigger, they're gonna have a much more top-heavy leadership structure. They're gonna need more corporate types behind the scenes running things. So obviously, due to Mumi's seniority, importance, and her experience, Mumi's going to eventually start to step more and more away from managing the talents, and she's going to play a more strategic management role than what she currently does. And soon we'll probably never hear from Mumi, really, from either the talents or herself. And people like Aiko or CC or some of the other talent managers will be kind of filling in for the stuff that Mumi used to do. Take care, Lion. Take care, buddy. Last I heard of Mumi is when she helped Pippa with a visa for Japan, so I'm sure she's still around. Yeah, I saw that clip. That's funny. Fucking some of these Face Connect girls are absolutely useless children, aren't they? They need to get the mother Mumi to do everything for them. The reason why I think so, because if Mumi was so good at a job, it wouldn't surprise me. She's received job offers from other companies, maybe unrelated to VTubing. That's true, but then what you need to remember is that for someone of Mumi's caliber, she's probably, given what she's done for the company so far, and given what she's done for the company when she wasn't getting financially, when she almost certainly wasn't getting paid enough to do what she did as well, she's probably really happy where she is, and she's really passionate about leading Face Connect into its future. So she probably doesn't want to be anywhere else. It's not always about the money. If people are happy where they are, they're happy in the direction of the company, they like the environment, then they're not going to be very inclined to move. And Fishman knows, I imagine that everybody in Face Connect Corporate knows, that losing Mumi would be like losing their A-chan. So probably whatever Mumi asks for, Mumi gets, right? They don't want to lose her by any stretch of the imagination. Wemi needs to stop cooking. Every time Wemi starts trying to cook something, she nearly burns the house down, and she gives me heart attacks, man. Well, Dizzy is in a cast now after falling, so yeah, they really are girl failures in some ways. They are. They're getting better. Fishman is improving them. But there still are silly little girl failures who do dumb stuff. Her tweets scare me so much. Yeah, Wemi's always tweeting about her house being filled with mold. She's always drinking and eating mold, or she's nearly blowing the house up. Bless her. That girl needs a man to keep her alive. Yeah. Miss me, though. I don't like women who don't wash on a regular basis. What is it with Face Connect VTubers and not wanting to wash? Like, Wemi's out there not showering for a year, and she's bragging about it. God takes care of the fools. Yeah, well said. Anyway, let's get back. Oh my God, I'm going to be here for another 3 hours at this rate. Let's get on with it so I can go to bed. So the star power is spreading more evenly. It's going to be, next year is going to be the year of Jelly and Rie, I reckon. Rie has really come into his stride after a very difficult year, after a very difficult start to a VTubing journey. Obviously, if you know the history of Rie as a content creator in Face Connect, she had a really, really bad first year. Wasn't going well for her whatsoever. She really managed to, not only was she struggling to like find a demographic and to find a content style that she was happy with, also she managed to really royally piss off her own fan base quite a bit with her behavior. So it's really good to see where Rie is now after that first year of struggles. It's Rie's had a journey not really too dissimilar from Pippa in some regards, I guess. Rie's been a hell of a warrior, and she's done a lot of learning, and she's come very far as a person and a content creator, and I'm happy for her to be where she is now. It's great to see she's getting rewarded for it finally. And Jelly the Jorbster, the Jork in it, Jelly, is rapidly developing a cultish fanbase. The Star Knights are one of the most culty fan bases in Face Connect. I would say they're almost more devoted than the Kapipis are these days, which is crazy to think about. So I do wonder who else is going to potentially explode in the next year, because I wasn't predicting some of the explosions this year that happened. I didn't think that Lumi or Aruka would particularly take off this year, and then Aruka and Lumi really took off this year. So those two I wasn't expecting, so it's good to see those two did quite well. I wonder, like, who in FaZe has that kind of has that thing on offer that will really attract people from the other VTuber corporations and people who weren't previously aware of Face Connect. I don't know, just think about that one for a second. Who's got a content style that your average VShojo or Hololive fag would love? I'm thinking maybe Mimo, maybe Sheena. Maybe Sheena might be really popular with people because she's such a lovely old lady with a lot of experiences. Maybe Panko. I think Panko would do pretty well. You would be a good one. Yeah, I love you personally. Use one of my. I'd probably say you, honestly, is my favourite member of FaZe Kaleido. I actually like you more than Clara, funnily enough. I love you. Hell yeah. Fellow you bros. I don't know what it is about you. I just fucking love you so much. She's just so cool and dorky and nerdy. I love that woman. Especially after the Base Bro Shop stream. Yeah. Kotazuma is, oh yeah, Kotazuma is a perfect example of that. God bless him. Kotazuma is a man whore. He's a Polish man whore. He started off as a Gumi for a long while, and then he picked up Erina first, right? Then he became a machinist, and now he's a Star Knight as well. Before next year's over, Kotazuma is going to have every single fucking Phase Connect VTubers like Oshi mark in his name, right? It's going to be Kotazuma emoji. I don't know how he can do it personally. I'm even there's so many VTubers I'd like to call Oshi, but I can't. I don't think you can have more than like 4 lesser Oshis and 1 Kami Oshi, really, right? I think at that point you can't spread your time or I guess your like emotional investment in a VTuber enough to truly call someone an Oshi. Right, like if anybody talks shit about Aruka, I'll fucking glass you, okay? I'll cut your throat. Yeah, Tachi the Little Judas is also making his name these days. It's good to see, actually. It's like there are some very underrated clippers in the Phase Connect community. People like Pebble, who's been Aruka's for a long time, right? I can't say enough nice things about Pebble. Pebble was like Aruka's only clipper for like 2 years or something until Harlequin and some others came along as well. Good man Pebble has been there since the beginning. He does a yearly highlight retrospective of Aruka's content for that entire year as well. He does it every year. Pebble is such a good boy. I really do wish more people would give Pebble his would give Pebble more attention for being the good boy that he is. I love Pebble. He's one of my favorite clippers. Komachi's archive has disappeared. You know what? I don't watch much of Komachi's archive, honestly. I only see his Panko stuff every now and again. What else does Komachi's archive do? He does Panko. Does he do anyone else? Vito Wild does clips. Yeah, I follow Vito on Twitter, where Vito and I are mutuals on Twitter. Can you open Phase Subtracker and predict the one? Oh yeah, I guess I could do that, honestly. Yeah, that would be the boring thing to do, though, I guess, would be to look at like the growth trajectories. Let's just try to call it based on what we think about the Phase enjoyers. Normie enjoyer. Phase Build definitely underrated. Phase Build is really good as well, actually. I like Phase Build's PFP. He got a good PFP. Oh, really? He started doing other people, then disappeared. He was showing signs of discontent with Panko. Oh, that's sad to hear. I mean, sometimes even clippers get like bored of doing what they're doing and want to do other things. Like Fireline did Panko for the longest time, and then he kind of stopped for a long while, took a hiatus, and then he started doing everyone. So yeah, I guess like that's the reason why I didn't become a clipper in the first place, is that I thought clipping, just clipping, sounded kind of like too boring for me. I want to talk about VTubing stuff as well, so that's why I kind of do what I do. Kind of like a hybridization of clipping and like documentary history stuff, right? As long as people do it because they're done and not for numbers. Yeah, exactly. That's it, right? It should be about, I think clipping is about supporting someone you really enjoy because you want to share that enjoyment with other people. It shouldn't be about trying to make money as such off of like recycling other people's content, because it's a quick, easy way to make big money. Blue Clipper. Oh yeah, Blue Clipper, actually. I don't know when Blue Clipper came around. He's a name I've seen quite recently, but I've been enjoying his work as well. He does Dizzy and me more. Yeah, I really like Hag Enthusiast. Hag Enthusiast is a great man. Or like praise be to Hag Enthusiast, always keeping us up to date with like Dizzy and Irie and sometimes me more. I'd clip more if I knew what the fuck I was doing. Well, this is a great thing. All you really need to do with clipping is just put subtitles, and that's basically it. That's the bare minimum you need for clipping. Blue Clipper exploded with the Pippa clip of Fauna graduation. Ah, yeah, I think that was the clip as well. The first clip I saw of Blue Clipper. I know he's got some really big videos from like clipping big Pippa moments. Hag love, hell yeah. I predict that Maulington will become the next Phase talent and pop off as the ultimate fanboy VTuber. Well, thank you, Cannon Fodder. That's very kind of you to say. But also, fuck you. I'm not a femboy, I'm not gay, and I'm not a furry, okay? Look, I asked Grok, the AI itself, I asked Grok if I'm a big, strong, burly man, and Grok confirmed that I am in fact not a furry, a femme, or a femboy. I am in fact a big, strong, burly man. I am not a femboy, okay? That's a femboy protest too much. I'm not protesting too much. I'm getting defensive because you won't fucking leave it alone, okay? Look, other than Bagstead and Randon, name oh, I guess, and Himawari as well. I guess Himawari is more manlier than Himawari is manlier than I am, I'll admit that. Other than Himawari, Randon, and Bagstead, name 2 male VTubers manlier than I am. You can't do it, can you? Think about it. If Maulington was a femboy, he would have gone raw. Funny enough, Pavlo, originally I was thinking about joining the Royal Navy Submarine Service as a surface warfare officer. In the end, I did decide to go army, but I nearly did join the Navy. Then and I would have been a submariner, so I definitely would have been a bit sus then, right? Thank you very much for the 2 Swiss francs, Vega. Don't forget our JP bros, all 3 of them. No, that's true. That's true. Yeah, I'm not downplaying Animal Friend Part 2 or Veto. Oh, who's the other? Oh yeah, and oh, I forget his name. It begins with a K. He commented on my Dimitri video. No, it isn't. It's not K. There's Yuki et channel also translates for the Japanese VTubers as well. A submariner, a seaman. It's long and hard and full of seamen. Oh, Xenoslayer and Seki Gamer. Yeah, God. Oh yeah, and Mr. Mangaka. I wonder if Mr. Mangaka is influenced by Mr. Metica. I don't know. I don't know if Mangaka is influenced by Metica with that name. But yeah, we've got a lot of interesting new people joining the Phase Connect community this year. It's getting bigger and it's really going to help. I think one of the things that we kind of take for granted as Phase Connect fans is how warm and welcoming the Phase Connect community is to new people. As long as they share the love of the VTuber and they follow they follow our culture. Phase Connect fans are really warm and welcoming to new bros who are coming into the community. And yeah, I've seen a lot of people on Twitter comment about how surprised they are about how welcoming Phase fans are. And I can imagine that is the case because, again, like a lot of the HoloLive fandom and the V-Shoujo fandom are like raging social justice warrior types. Whereas in the Phase Connect fandom, as long as you don't act like an insufferable twat, then you're welcome pretty much, right? So it must be really refreshing for people to just be able to like shit post, like autism post, and be weird and cringe and free in the Phase community and not like get judged for it or ignored. Or like anyone can come along in the Phase community and fit in real quick. I've run out of water, now I've switched to the Coke, but the Coke is a bad choice because it's burning my already fucked throat. Wait, there are new bros in the community? I'm gonna get my metal bat. There's always new kapipis coming in every minute. Phase culture is best culture, very true. Lunatics are like the most top 3 welcome in the Phase community. They very much are, and that's probably why the Niji sisters have taken to them so well. Phase Connect feels like that hidden gem that you're surprised to find, but glad you did. It is very much. Phase Connect community reminds me an awful lot of like the early 2000s internet communities where you're just shooting the shit all the time and being friendly, and you're not like unironically getting angry at memes and starting arguments with strangers in the internet, right? I think another big factor is the reach with the rest of the wider YouTube sphere, seeing more Phase stuff in Nags, for example. Yeah, that's very much the case. I kind of mentioned that a little bit earlier, actually, Prof K. There's a lot of the adjacent VTuber, I guess, kind of content creators, like meme channels, like just Phase Connect memes in general are like entering the Twitter, I guess, cultural zeitgeist as well. I'm seeing people who know basically nothing. I'm seeing like anime fans who don't watch VTubers like retweeting Phase Connect memes. You know, stuff like "We Like Older Woman" and it's a picture of Chisaka Airi. They're like reposting memes like Lumi being the Tard wife. They're reposting memes about Lumi being your schizophrenic girlfriend with a gun. Right, and people are wanting to look more into that, stuff like that, right? Yeah, Phase is just outcast culture. News are always welcomed, just as more willing to gatekeep. Yeah, exactly. Only issue I had in the Phase community was making an Ori Gachikoi angry, jealous, and pissing off the mini moves of an Order 66 meme of Muyu as a youngling Tenma as Anakin. Oh no, Anastasia. Actually, Anastasia, I'm more interested in your Iori Gachikoi story. What did you do to piss off this Gachikoi? Were they just jealous that you were commenting in Iori's stream a lot and that she was responding to your stuff? Were they just jealous that you were getting a lot of attention from Yuri? Is that what it was? I know I've had troubles with some parts of the Faith Connect community. I pissed off a lot of the Discord Hime-Betos. I'm genuinely with the Discord Hime-Beto problem. I'm not sure if they actually saw my Rie video and are pissed off with it, or if they just think, or they just watched like the first couple minutes of it and thought, or didn't even watch it at all, and thought in the video I was just making a video about Rie being a weird, like schizo, unhinged Menhera degenerate. Because obviously, if you've seen the Rie video, I spent the first half of the video talking about like the crazy character that Rie likes to present on stream, and then I spent the other half of the video talking about the real, like, serious side of Rie and all the really hard, great work she does and the love of the community and all that shit. So I don't know. I don't know if the Hime-Betos genuinely saw the entire thing. I thought it was a misrepresentation. Whether they just heard a bunch of bullshit from other Betos who only saw like the first couple minutes. I'm really curious to know if they genuinely did think it was a if they did see it all and think it was a bad misrepresentation. And the reason why it kind of lives rent-free in my head a little bit is because my worst nightmare when I make these videos, my worst nightmare with these videos I make is I really genuinely do care about not misrepresenting. Wait, hang on a minute. One thing I really genuinely care about is misrepresenting the VTubers. I do not want to give people the wrong impression of any VTuber I talk about. That's why my videos take so long to make. I'm really careful to try and get things right about them. So for some of the Betos to come along and say like they thought the video was shit and they hate me, it's not that I'm upset that they didn't like the video. I'm just really worried that I misrepresented Rie, honestly, and it kind of eats at me a little bit. Loads of, like, what did he do? I posted a meme of Yuri from a funny stream and he started being aggro to me for ages. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is the thing I'm talking about. Like, people who get unironically angry at memes and start arguments with strangers on the internet are fucking sad, and they need to be trolled off the internet, quite frankly. Yeah, Fillion is fast friends with a ton of people and really like several face people. Yeah, Fillion and Lumi have developed quite a strong relationship as well. I'd argue that Fillion and Lumi get along better than Fillion and Pippa do, funny enough. So it's nice as someone who's been following Lumi like a month after her debut and knowing that she struggled for a long time with low funny numbers, it's nice to see that Lumi has finally been, I guess, recognized for her brilliance, and that really big popular VTubers are kind of coming along and wanting to, you know, hang out with her, right? It's nice to see that she's getting like noticed and recognized finally. Ding Dong's attacking you for things you've never ever even said. It's kind of on par for the course for YouTube documentaries. Yeah, that's the thing, right? So I don't like give a shit if I get like hate DMs and weird schizo shit like all the time. Like, it's just the nature of the beast, particularly in VTubing. I can always tell when it's someone from 4chan as well, because when someone from 4chan has like an issue with something I've said about Pippa or whatever, they're like taking an issue with the Pippa documentary, the 4chan guys always start off the hate mail with the same thing. They always open up with "hey faggot," and then it's blah 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 blah, and then when I see that shit, I just look at it, roll my eyes and think, you know, kill yourself, you dumb faggot retard, whatever, block them and just move on, right? I don't care. But it's just, I just want to make sure that I genuinely haven't misrepresented the VTuber. I'm so scared of getting a VTuber wrong. I'm not like those drama channels who will just happily post whatever uninformed bullshit they want to, you know, for the clicks and the numbers and the views, right? I do care a great deal about getting things right, and if I get something wrong, I'll like delete the video and start the entire thing again if I have to. If Tenma was a Lego minifigure, would she use full 2 stud size legs? Aaron, what the fuck is this question? Would she use full 2 stud size legs or dwarf no stud legs? Also, Tenma's Daki isn't law accurate and is in fact connected. It's taller than her. Actually, yeah, you're probably right. It probably is taller than her, to be fair. Oh god, don't tell Tenma you said that, Aram. She's gonna, otherwise she will hit the fucking roof and she will ban you from a chat, probably, or something. Yeah, I don't know. As I said before, people who lewd Tenma, I find people who lewd Tenma confuse and worry me. Tenma is not someone I see as lewdable. And that would probably make Tenma really upset for her to hear me say that. But yeah, I just don't get looting Tenma, honestly. I'm off. People need me. Talk to you later. See you later, Nobu Crusader. Yeah. I don't know, I guess some people are into that kind of thing, right? Some people get erections by women shouting and screaming at them. Are you one of those people, Aram? No slot maxing, only refined takes here. I wouldn't go that far. I try to keep the slot maxing to an appropriate minimum. Oi, oi, Savloy. How's it going, Sawtooth Saber, my buddy? Oh, wait, hang on. That's very American of me. All right, mate. How's it going, Sawtooth? You all right, mate? All right, mate. I loot Temma. You do loot Temma all the time, Magimata. I remember your drawing of naked Temma on the bench. That was pretty good. Temma is Lollibaba. Some people are into that. Yeah, that's true, I guess. As you can, I'm not someone who likes lolicon myself. I like my woman with decently thick thighs and big boobies and like big butts. So yeah, as someone who doesn't find the lolly form attractive, obviously I wouldn't understand the looting of Tenma, right? Although if Tenma had proportions of someone like Lumi, then I absolutely would dig the office look big time, right? Because I like pantyhose and stockings and stuff. There are a lot of Tenma lewds out there. There are a lot of weirdos out there as well, Dragon Lords. Yeah, one of those guys. Yeah, oh my god, there's so many Campai Nikki in this chat right now. Fuck it out. What about Clara's version of Tenma? Okay, you know what? Clara's version of Tenma, maybe. Because Clara's really mentally ill, and mentally unwell women are fucking sexy. Right, that's why we're here in the first place. Listen, Tenma is the greatest thing since sliced bread, but I don't loot anyone, except the yandere is. Want me a woman who will murder me for imagining I might cheat on her someday. You'd probably like a South American woman than Himawari. I'm more partial to kuderes myself. I like kuderes the best. Yeah, I'm pretty good, thank you, Sawtooth. Kind of just yapping on randomly about stupid shit. I was meant to talk about Nijisanji and Hololive, but I'm not going to have the time to do it. And as you can probably hear from my voice cracking, my voice is dead. I think Sakuna should move Earth and Heaven to poach Filion. Yeah, this is the thing though, Inferno. There's nothing Sakuna could offer Filion that would make her want to join. Sakuna can. Like, Filion is bigger than all of Phase Connect combined at this point, I would say. He just can't visibly offer her anything that she'd want. She's quite happy being an indie and being free to do what she wants when she wants. Filion is a opportunity maker. She doesn't need a VTuber corporation to do anything for her. No, but Tenma screams like it. She does scream like a Hispanic woman. I'm used to her screaming because I'm Hispanic. Yeah, forget about that. Yeah, that's true. I guess if you were like a Mexican or something, then Tenma's just like any woman back in Mexico, right? What if he kidnapped someone she cared about and forced her to join though? Well, I mean, I guess that could work. I'm an equal opportunity phase girl enjoyer. They have loots, I'm appreciating them. That's fair enough. Yeah, you can appreciate a nice bit of looting, I guess. Also, I wonder what the Gachakoi's reaction would be to Iori flirting with me on Twitter. Oh, as Daja. Oh my god, next time you see that guy in Yuri's chat or something, or in the Phase Discord, you got to post that moment. Keep posting that in the Herd channel on the Discord until you start getting like a massive reaction out of people. That'd be funny. Filion does need an actual manager and staff. She's had several screw-ups that should have been avoided. That's very true, Direwolf. Filion does keep fucking up and putting her foot in the mouth, but she doesn't need a company. She doesn't need to join a VTuber corporation to get a card wrangler. She can just hire one, like, privately, independently, to help her with that shit. She doesn't need to join a corporation to do that. Filion just needs a new model. I think at this point, Filion's been using her current model design for so long. I don't think she can at this point change a model because it ruins her whole marketing. It ruins her whole brand. At this point, she just needs to change her model up enough that it's different from the free one that she used, but still clearly Filion. Yeah, I think at this point it's too late for her to rebrand with a different model type now. She's got, there's that iconic Filion look now that she can't get rid of. She's part of Mythic. Yeah, I guess so. We say she's a part of Mythic, but what does Mythic really do for anyone, though? Mythic doesn't really do much for its VTubers, for its staff. It's more of, again, Mythic's kind of like VShoujo, in that it's more of a networking opportunity, and it's more like a contract, like branding. It's like an affiliation of independent streamers rather than a traditional corporation like we're used to. Yeah, they just do the advert deals, right? Yeah, it's a talent agency, basically. That's right. So yeah, we talked about the star power spreading more evenly. One thing I always like to ask is, again, about FaZe Connect is the sense of a loss of identity. So going back to what I said before about the kind of people that Fishman may potentially be recruiting, it's like he might recruit some FaZe invaders and a new generation of VTubers who don't indulge in any like the Menhera or degenerate shit and keep their VTubing careers strictly business and, you know, just focus on their personas and aren't like the traditional FaZe Connect fan. So one thing I do wonder next year is the kind of hires we'll get into FaZe Connect and how, if that will have any effect on the community, whether it will cause any drama, cause some community strife, whether it will cause a sense, I guess, of loss of identity in FaZe Connect. It might no longer be known as a sad girl company. It might be very difficult for FaZe Connect to stand out amongst all the other VTuber corporations. What do you guys think about FaZe Connect? Do you feel like FaZe Connect is kind of losing its way? Do you feel disappointed in the direction that FaZe Connect is going, or do you still feel like it's the same old FaZe Connect it's always been? Like, what do you feel about FaZe Connect kind of as a whole? Do you feel like they're going more down the idol route and they're not like the base schizo girls that we used to love? I'm always interested in seeing what people think about that. Not yet. Current phase has changed. Relatively newer, but no problems. Not overly wary yet. Not to me, but I've been watching since June, so I'm a recent fan. I think they're still going strong. Many base talents and good content. The next invaders are the most important gen in FaZe history. Gen 3 was too tame and doesn't feel like FaZe. JP was a good approach, but still isn't FaZe. I kind of agree with you a little bit there, Inferno. I would say that Gen 3 didn't really at first didn't feel like FaZe Connect. But I was still really impressed with Generation 3 because what Generation 3 did offer is it showed that FaZe Connect is a very serious organization full of talented people now, because Generation 3 had some very skilled veteran VTubers. People like Rooney Roos and I'd say Muyu, for example, were like one or two steps above what we saw from FaZe Connect generations before them. So I think Generation 3 may not have been perhaps the FaZe that we're normally used to, but it showed a massive leap in quality around FaZe Connect's production and the type of talent that it can attract. And it showed that FaZe Connect really does have the potential to become like a bigger, more serious VTuber corporation, and not just forever being Scuffed Connect with its weird little silly projects that we all laugh about. So I think Generation 3 was like the first big boy professional generational debut from FaZe Connect. I like Amy as well. Like, Amy is a very FaZe Connect VTuber in the end. She was a little bit calm to begin with, and then she did the Sex Pussy Fuck Blast stream, and then ever since then she's been like an even crazier, more energetic Leah in a sense, with all the depraved boy love shit. I don't know where Amy gets her energy to be Amy, honestly. I think they're also hiring for idleness, so they're better singers by default in general. Could be the case. It could be the case of, I think that's basically what FaZe Connect is missing among some of its VTubers, is VTubers who are more on the idol side. So maybe we're just seeing, like, maybe Fishman really is just like fed up of having so many Menhera girls in his company now. He does want some more, I guess, like cute, pristine idol girls to try and even things out and balance it a little bit. Yeah, that's the thing. Generation 2 and 3 did start very tame, and they seemed almost like not FaZe Connect at first. But then after a couple of months, and when they really got onto their strides, you know, they started showing strong FaZe Connect, I guess, kind of strong FaZe Connect characteristics. Like Rie in particular went from being weird Zoomer girl who made sex jokes to now Rie is making, you know, racist jokes like Panko from time to time, right? Like that short Rie did where she did a bait and switch about saying the N-words and saying the F slur, right? How was Saya doing these days? I don't know, honestly. I really liked Saya. At first Saya was my favorite member of FaZe Connect Generation 3, and I was a member of hers for like the first 6 months, but it always seemed like Saya didn't stream all that much. And there was always like long periods of time between her streams, or she streamed at weird hours. So I kind of just like stopped following Saya after a while, and I don't hear much from her. so I don't know what I really don't know what Saya's up to these days. I don't watch her anymore. So she plays some Final Fantasy 14 these days. Oh, okay, she's caught the Leah virus, has she? Yeah, actually, that reminds me, Saya's pretty good at video games normally. Yeah, that's the thing, right? I don't know what's going on with Saya, but I wish she'd stream more. Probably something personal, or like time commitments or whatever in her life means she can't stream as much maybe as some of the others. That's kind of unfortunately why I kind of just like gravitated away from her, as it always seemed like she was never streaming. So I was like, oh, okay, I'll just go elsewhere and watch someone else then, which is sad. Yeah, I remember she had PC issues for a while. I tried to help her with her PC fan issues because I had the same problem once, but I didn't know that would certainly explain like a 2 or 3 week period of her having a regular streaming schedule. But it felt like even after she resolved the PC issues, she still seemed to have a very sporadic streaming schedule. Yeah, I think the English side of FaZe really will corrupt any new generation that comes in. They'll probably wear down even some of the more experienced people that FaZe Connect has probably poached back from the other VTuber corporations. I think that's the thing you have to remember. It's very easy to get influenced by being around other people for a long time. So like, I think back in the day, back in like 2005 when I played a lot of World of Warcraft, I was probably more mature and straight-laced in 2005 as a 12-year-old than I am now. And then the reason why I'm the way I am now, the reason why I'm a weird shitposting menace now, is because I spent like 2 years in a World of Warcraft guild with a bunch of like highly immature, weird Swedish people, and their behavior rubbed off on me, and I never developed like a different personality since. In fact, I tend to make other people really silly and weird as well now. I like have an overpowering almost personality style. So yeah, I think that the reason why I'm the way I am is because back when I was 12, 2 weird Swedish guys were just like me, just like how I present to you now. It rubbed off on me, it influenced me, and then it's like, yeah, now I'm stuck this way now. They broke me. Saya's been going through it since summer, dealing with home stuff and whatnot. Yeah, okay, that would explain it, bless her. I hope Saya is able to find happiness and whatever issues are going on in her personal life improve. Because I do quite like Saya. I did think Saya was, as I said, Saya was my favourite of the Gen 3 girls. It was Moo at first, but then I really took a liking to Saya. So I would like to see her back in streaming more. Still using MSI Afterburner for GPU fan speed and undervolt and crank AMD card. Yeah, you know, I'm underclocking my CPU at the moment because of the fucking 14th generation Intel CPUs have that stability error, which means every time I try to run a UE5 game, it causes that memory crash bug. So I have to underclock my CPU to about 5.2 gigahertz in order to fucking run anything, and it's really annoying. I got the scammed out. I did get the scammed out. I won't be buying Intel again, I'll tell you that. I'll be buying AMD next time. So yeah, okay. So no, you're feeling good. Don't feel like FaZe Connect is losing its identity. I feel like FaZe Connect has lost a little bit of its spiciness, but again, I think it's more of a problem that the usual I think it's more of a case that the usual suspects in FaZe Connect are more focusing now on becoming stage performing idols, because this is the thing, right? You have to remember the reason why pretty much all of the FaZe Connect VTubers went corporate in the first place is because they did specifically want to be stage performing idols. Now they've got a real opportunity to go for it. They're going to be concentrating. They've got their eyes on the prize, right? So they're probably right now, they're just focusing on getting what they joined FaZe Connect for in the first place. And then maybe, I don't know, maybe once they're a bit more established in the idol activities, maybe they'll go a little bit back to the way they were, or maybe the whole idol journey really will fix them, and they won't want to be schizo weirdos anymore, and they really will start to become more clean say-so idols. But even if that does happen, you've still got people like Panko and Jelly and fucking Rie and shit, right? Still saying absolutely crazy shit on stream. Fortunately, because those three aren't in the public light at the moment, they can keep getting away with it. I kind of already mentioned the community strife. I've warned you guys, but I'll warn you guys again. The Niji sisters are here in the FaZe Connect community, and they're gonna pop next time there's a big major FaZe Connect drama. We're gonna see those fuckers pop their ugly little heads out of the communities that they've kind of nestled themselves in. So watch out, boys. Watch out for the lunatics. There's a lot of Niji sisters in there. And they make sure they don't start saying any mad shit about some of the other Phase Connect VTubers. Not that anyone would probably admit it. But I do think we're going to start to see the Phase Connect VTubers take more and more time off for the Phase Connect, for the idol training and idol production stuff. And I think most of you guys in here tend to be the kind of people who understand that Lumi or that Pippa, Lumi, Tenma, whoever, Iruko, will need to regularly take like 2-3 week breaks from streaming to get prepared for their 3D idol concert stuff. So you won't get too upset when they don't stream as much as they used to. But I do think a lot of people in the Phase Connect community, though, who came here for the consistent streaming and maybe some of the music and don't actually care about the idol stuff, will start to throw their toys out of the pram and get really pissed off at the increasing amount of time off Phase Connect VTubers are taking for their idol stuff. So I'm interested to see to what extent that happens and what effect it has on the community. I think, again, I saw a clip again from Pippa. I think it was the same clip from a couple of days ago where she was talking about her contract, and she was saying something about her contract says that she needs to stream 5 days a week minimum until 2026 or 2027, she said, or something. And again, it's always like, right, it's like, why'd you bring that up then, Pippa? Is it like, did you want to reduce the number of hours you're doing, or what's the thought process behind that? You can't say that, Pippa. You're gonna drive the PPs mad. They're gonna be upset. Are you gonna go somewhere else? Have you had enough of Phase Connect? What's happening there? But yeah, I do wonder how the community is gonna take the natural growth effect of Phase Connect and how they're gonna take to their lovely Oshi not being on stream as much due to all their trading that they have to do in the background for their concerts. I reckon it's gonna piss a lot of people off, and the community is going to start having meltdowns about it. I don't mind if Memory takes such breaks. It's obvious she's an idol. Yeah, it makes sense for people who've come into Phase Connect kind of with that mindset of being more musically focused, stage performing idols. But obviously, the idol stuff isn't really why people got into Pippa and Tenma. I mean, a lot of fans, regardless if they weren't here to see Pippa and Tenma become idols, if someone's your Oshi, like they're your favorite VTuber, you really support them, then you're going to be really happy for them that they're doing that stuff, and you're really going to want to see them achieve their dreams, and you're going to support them through that journey. And I think most grown-up people, most, I guess, emotionally non-volatile, most grown-up people are going to be like, look, I appreciate that the girls want to get on and do these things, so I'm going to give them my love and support, even though I'm disappointed that they aren't streaming as much or doing the things that I used to like. And if they go down a route, you know, that I don't like anymore, maybe they change for the worse, and I don't want to watch them anymore. Wow, there's someone else out there I can watch instead, and I'll just continue to cheer from the sidelines, see how they're getting on every now and again, and support them. But yeah, I do think obviously there are some parts of the Phase Connect community who will have thrown absolute shit fit and demand that they stop doing this idol stuff, and demand that they come back to streaming immediately, and that their Oshi doesn't care about them, that their Oshi hates them, and that their Oshi needs to stop these stupid idol dreams and come do like the funny schizo yab shit for them to make them happy. So yeah, I'm interested in seeing if that happens in the community and to what extent it happens. So that's why I stopped watching every stream of Pippa. Got too used to her consistency. Now that it's really unstable, it's hard to keep up with her. Plus, nostalgia streams bore me. Yeah, that's the thing, right? That is essentially, I think, why I got sick of watching Girl DM and then replaced her with Lumi. I'm so sorry, Girl DM. It used to be my favorite VTuber when I replaced you with Lumi, and it's like, yeah, I kind of got too used to. I kind of got like fed up with too many streams, too many bad collabs from Girl DM, and too many consistent streams that I didn't really enjoy that much, that I moved on to a different VTuber. Perfectly natural. There's so much shit to watch out there, right? People are fiercely competing for your money, your time, and your attention. So it's. I don't think you should feel ashamed about even swapping cameoshis, even. Like, to watch the same person do the same thing for a long period of time, anyone would naturally get fed up with that. Pippa's Overwatch Classic streams were great. I haven't watched Pippa's Overwatch Classic streams, funny enough, though. I haven't seen her do that. I have watched Pippa's Classic Overwatch streams that she did back in 2000, back when she did back in the early days, when she was going through that phase you know, where she was basically discount Tenma and thought she was a rage gamer like Tenma and did absolutely god-awful fucking Overwatch gameplay. I watched an awful lot of that for the Pippa documentary, and I watched it again for the Face documentary to build the Pippa profile. Oh, that was fun. Watching people complain that the talents in the chat always amuses me. If you don't like the content, it's fine. Nothing lasts forever after all. Just find other people to watch. You're exactly right, Payflow. It's always tricky though, isn't it? Because it's like, personally, as a content creator, I would rather people tell me if they have an issue with the direction I'm going, so that I can then consider their feedback and then address it properly, right? So it's like, if I got a lot of comment, I would actually want a lot of people to say that they don't like me, that maybe I've become a bit of an asshole, or I've become boring, or they don't like what I'm doing, or, you know, there's something that I do that they wish I'd do more. I really would prefer people to say that to me, and then I can go, right, I'll consider what they say. Do they have a point? Do I agree? And then if I don't agree with them, and I'm like, look, I'm determined to go down this route, then I would publicly address it, and I would say, like, look, I appreciate that you followed me for these reasons and you like it best when I do these things, but I just don't feel like doing it right now. I don't want to do it for the time being. So I really want to get on and do these things. And if that means that you are no longer going to support me, I understand. I thank you for all your love and support over the years. Hopefully someday you'll come back and you'll enjoy my content. But yeah, I'm determined to go down this route. Maybe I'll go back to the other thing another day. You know, take it or leave it, really. If you don't want to join me on this journey, fair enough. Go watch someone else, right? So I tend to lean more that way. But then the thing is, right, is it's that the kind of VTuber fan who goes into talents chats and says that shit, they don't do it in a nice and productive way. And I imagine the talents get this shit all the time. They have to read about it all the time when they're like reading through Discord or Twitter. They see like random conversations about even fans talking mad shit about the stuff they're doing. And they probably get quite fed up and quite defensive of like reading this stuff all the time. So they get quite hostile towards it. But then they also, I guess, don't really want to foster an environment where it's okay for people to like publicly criticize them in the chats as well. That's not really something you want to do live in the middle of a stream. Maybe it's something that you I don't know, I think you need to find a better way to communicate that to a talent, maybe. Sometimes it happens as well with time zone adjustment. I used to watch Kiara live religiously, but after she moved I couldn't keep up with her streams anymore. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, it's like not just consistency in content, consistency in the times and days that you stream is really important as well. Yeah. I don't like you, you're British. I'm not British, J. Brad. I'm a temporarily embarrassed American, okay? You should hear the shit I say about guns. I think America's the greatest country in the world. I'm so desperate to be an American. I'm fed up with being on this goddamn communist rock known as the United Kingdom. Terrible place. I wish I were an American. Oh, for sure. Good feedback is very valuable, but just yeah, that's the thing, right? Yeah, just belly aching with no rhyme or reason. Yeah, it's like just shut up and fuck off and watch someone else, right? It's like I like the Echo Pascal saucer. I have issues with I miss Cyber like early phase Connect, late Cyberlife Lumi. That was peak Lumi for me. But instead of like fucking endlessly whining in Lumi's chat or Discord or in the Marrows and shit, saying Lumi, you need to go back to being the really, you know, spicy based woman who said who was more who reacted more to content rather than babbling like a fucking like a fucking weirdo, like speaking the first thing that comes to your minds, right? Rather than doing that, that's not helpful to Lumi. She's very happy and she's very successful with what she's doing currently. So it's like, right, if I'm just not feeding the Lumi stream, I'll turn on sometimes, right? I turn on the Lumi stream. It's just started. It's 5 minutes in, and she's going chat, chat, and she's making the Lumi squeaks, and she's just going on and on and on. And I'm like, right, you know what? I just don't feel like watching Lumi today. I'm going to go watch Tenma instead. That's just what you do, right? I don't fucking get on my keyboard and start going, you fucking bitch. Why don't you shut the fuck up and just keep back to fucking playing XCOM, you stupid cunt. Right? It's not a very productive thing to do. Actually, I've got a toggle to help that as well. Hang on. Oh, which button is it again? Is it F10? Yeah, it is. That's my angry face. Lumi, you stupid fucking bitch. Shut the fuck up. Just play XCOM, you stupid star woman. Oh, dear. Even top talents have their top off days for sure. don't get mad, get even. I'll take over the role of hand schizo, yeah. I'll be hand schizo number 3. Oh dear. Okay, that will be the 4 hours. So that'll be the upset. Unfortunately, I never did get over to Niji. Actually, no. Before we start ending the stream, actually, I have to play you what I think the national anthem of Nijisanji should be. Hang on, check this shit out. Hang on, this should be the. Oh god, where the fuck is it? Why isn't it showing up in the first example? Hang on, guys, give me 1 second. Here it is. I found it. Okay, hang on. All right, this should be the national anthem of Nijisanji. Hang on. Can you hear that? Okay. I love this little dance. No, you can't hear it. Fuck. Oh, hang on. Oh, here we go. Hang on, let me do that again.
Everybody knows shit. Fuck. Everybody knows shit. Fuck. Everybody knows shit. Fuck. Everybody knows shit. Fuck. that should be like the little jingle for Nijisanji. Classic. Let's quickly go over Nijisanji in a second. Hang on. Okay, let's try to get this done in 5 minutes. Okay. Nijisanji EN 2025. I reckon Nijisanji EN is going to essentially collapse in 2025. The fan base of Nijisanji has lost all faith in the company. The VTubers themselves, both those within Nijisanji. Actually, let's play that song. Actually, let's not play that song on repeat. Actually, let's play the. Let's just keep it quiet for now. I reckon we're going to see the complete collapse of Nijisanji EN next year. Everybody, the talents, prospective talents, the community, no one has any confidence in the future of Nijisanji EN now. Nijisanji EN is fucked. They're dead, sadly. I think Nijisanji itself as a branch will continue on for a few years yet, but Nijisanji EN get in the chop. Unfortunately, there's not going to be a Nijisanji EN by the end of next year, sadly. And I guess the question is Nijisanji's position fixable? I still think that Nijisanji could turn around and fix the EN branch. But the problem is, Nijisanji has a perfect opportunity here because the Niji sisters are fucking off the Phase Connect, and they're also fucking off the First Stage Productions EN. So if you don't know what the VTuber Corporation First Stage Productions EN is, they're basically Luxium, the VTuber Corporation. They're a corporation of boy love baiting ikumen who sell parasocialism essentially to female VTuber fans. And this has gone down like hotcakes with the Niji sister fandom. They've all betrayed, well, not all of them, a lot of them have betrayed Nijisanji now. They fucked off the First Stage Productions to go simp over their boys, right? So now that the Niji sister curse, now that the Niji sister like kind of miasma is leaving Nijisanji, this is a perfect opportunity for Nijisanji to get power back in the community, and there's a perfect opportunity for them to show that they're going to make a serious attempt at having a second chance, and that they're going to fix all the problems that has caused them to get into this position in the first place. But it's fixable, but do I think Nijisanji is going to address the problems that will allow it to be fixed? No, they're not going to do it whatsoever. They're too egotistical and they're too Japanese to fix the problems, in my opinion. Not going to happen. But the way you do it, right, the way you fix Nijisanji is you get a director of Nijisanji EN, and he's like a public face. He's like a public figure that everybody knows. You put a face to the guy. You get him to come out, and he does like he gives like his manifesto, right? He gives you the scope. He gives you his business plan for the corporation. And what this new director does, this new director needs to be a Westerner himself, and he needs to be bilingual, or he needs a translator. He needs to be able to communicate with Nijisanji Japan management headquarters and he needs to be a Westerner who understands Western culture. Okay, he needs to be an English speaker. And what you do is this new director comes out and he basically prostrates himself towards the entire VTuber community. He puts his hands up and he admits everything. He says, look, we have treated our talents in an absolutely disgusting manner. It is inappropriate. The shit we did to Doki, the shit we did to all our previous livers, the way we've treated our talents in the past, disgusting, unacceptable. We're going to have a nice, clean separation. All the people involved in that shit, they're all fired. Fire them all, all right? Don't give them second chances. Get rid of everybody involved in those fiascos. We're going to have a nice, brand new management team. We're going to have a new culture under my direction. And we're going to essentially create a new Nijisanji EN that, you know, it's a kind of organization now that we can be proud of, that treats our talents fairly. We're going to fix the contract issues, and we're going to give our talents all the support, the financial support, the growth, the attention that they need to become successful. We're really committed to fixing Nijisanji and producing a VTuber corporation that we can be proud of and that the fans themselves will be proud of and can enjoy for years to come, right? And then what you do as well is once you fix the management issue, once you fix the corporate level issue, then what you've got to do is you've got to address the problem with the VTubers themselves who are causing issues within Nijisanji. And this is the tricky part. Okay, this is the really tricky part. So the problem Nijisanji has is that it's running out of VTubers. It's running out of good VTubers, and a lot of its good VTubers who still get decent numbers are racist or sexist, or they're sex pests, or otherwise they're genuinely just like bullying massive, egotistical, utter fucking cunts, right? People you wouldn't piss on if they were on fire. And the problem you have as a business is that these people are still really popular, which tells you a lot about the Nijisanji community. I'm sorry to say that these people are still very popular. You've got people like Yuki, for example, the massive racist. That twink guy, I fucking forget his name, Asta or something, the alleged sex pest. What you kind of want to keep these guys and try to rehabilitate them, because you don't want to lose people who bring you an awful lot of attention and money, right, and who have pretty big devoted fan bases. But I think you can potentially reform Yuki. Now, Uki doesn't strike me as the kind of person who will genuinely learn why the shit he does and says is bad. But you can probably at least like have a meeting with Yuki and tell him what the issues with the shit he says online are, and at least get the guy to shut the fuck up and stop doing it and pretend like he's reformed and we'll just forget about it. But then people like Asta, for example, yeah, you have to fire Asta, unfortunately, and that will make the Niji sisters fucking pissed as fuck, right? They're going to be violently angry. And Asta's quite a popular VTuber in Nijisanji still, but you can't have someone like that in Nijisanji. As long as he's still in that organization, no one of any repute is going to want to join. No one of any repute is going to want to stay. Unfortunately, you have to get rid of him as much as you don't want to, because he's a major cash cow and a beloved liver in that organization. And then I don't know who, if anyone else in Nijisanji, is super toxic or if they've got any problems behind the scenes. But assuming there are more problems between VTubers behind the scenes, what you have to do, right, is as long as it's not too serious, you get everybody together. You either get them together in person in a meeting, or you get like, I would prefer, honestly, to buy flights and like a hotel for everyone and get every single liver in Nijisanji EN physically in Japan somewhere, in like wherever the head office is. Get them in there physically, person to person, so they're not hiding behind their VTuber avatar or hiding behind their computer screen. Get them all there get them all physically in the room, and you give them a pep talk about the vision that you have for Nijisanji EN. You tell them kind of what you want to see in the culture going forwards, what you show them your vision for the company, and you outline your plan to get the company there. And then what you do is you do directly address all like the alleged bullying and drama and mean girl behavior behind the scenes. And you say, look, I don't care what's happened in the past. I'm prepared to draw a line under the sand here now. We sit you all down. We'll forget everything that happened in the past. From now on, I want you all to get along. I want you all to behave yourselves. And I want you to drop this cliquey, mean girl bullying behavior. We're going to work together to build my vision of what a perfect Nijisanji looks like for the sake of the fans, but not just for the sake of the fans, but for the sake of yourselves as well. It's in your best interest as VTubers, as livers within this organization, to want to build this new vision of Nijisanji, because it's gonna be great. It's not just gonna be great for the company, it's gonna be great for you as livers as well. You're gonna go back to being in the VTuber community's good graces. People are gonna stop talking shit about you. We're gonna stop being memed on, and everyone's gonna be really happy to give us money and support us again. And at that point, you observe, you see how things go, and if any of those old habits, start happening again, then what you do is you have a one-to-one meeting with the offending actors, and you give them the talk, right? You give them an official reprimand. You don't make it public news. You don't publicly tar and feather them. You get them together in a one-on-one meeting, and you say, look, you remember a couple of weeks ago when I said I had this vision and I wanted to promote this kind of culture of togetherness and working in cooperation to build a vision of a beautiful future for Nijisanji. You were there for that meeting, right? I've got your signature here that confirms you attended this meeting, and I see that you're still not acting in a way that I specifically requested you to do, speaking as a director of this organization. So could you please explain to me why you're continuing to refuse to do the things that I've asked you? And then probably what's going to happen is that this will either shit them up so much they'll fucking behave themselves, and they'll finally get the message. It probably won't change whatever underlying sickness that causes them to be a toxic piece of shit in the first place, but they'll at least be too scared to keep doing it openly, right? So that's good enough for me. But if they do it again, at that point you fire them, right? Because you're giving them fair warning, you're giving them 2 chances, you fire them at that point. Don't care how big they are, tell them to fuck off. Or if they, or what they're going to do is that they don't behave themselves. They're either going to, you either fire them, get them to fuck off, or else they're just going to graduate because they're going to have enough. They're going to have enough of it. They're not going to want to continue working in that organization after being reprimanded. And if they do decide to quit, then that's nothing for you to worry about, really. You don't want people like that in your VTuber organization, because they're going to make everybody miserable. They're going to drag the whole thing down, right? You want to lead by example. Get these people who are worse than useless out of the organization, because they're going to drag everyone down with them. And then hopefully at that point, people will start to get the message. Livers will either behave themselves, or livers will start to quit, or you'll start firing them. And then you'll be left with an organization that people are happy to be in. They're going to want to come to work. They're going to be happy where they are. And everyone's going to be trying to build each other up instead of trying to put each other down. And then things are naturally going to improve from there, right? I think that's what Nijisanji has to do. Has to have a Western director come in, manage them in the proper way, manage them in the proper way, give them every opportunity and promise to develop themselves, have a strong vision, build a strong culture. Sure, you need to still build a strong culture as well in the talent managers. I think one thing Nijisanji has to do as well is stop bending over and taking it in the ass with the Chinese, and they just need to trust talents. They need to trust the creative professionals who they've recruited into their organization to do what they feel is necessary to give off a strong performance and entertain an audience. Because the thing is, if you can't trust your talents, to essentially deliver a performance without constant management interference, then why did you recruit that person in the first place? Why did you recruit someone who you think is so shit or dangerous that they constantly need meddling from someone who doesn't know anything about content creation, which is what most talent managers are? Talent managers, for the most part, don't have the first fucking Scooby about being a content creator. They don't know how to entertain people on stream. The talent managers should essentially be there to help you understand your analytics, and they should be able to look at market research and suggest games and stream ideas to you. They should be your point of communication with the corporate side of the company to get your music production done. But talent managers should not be getting directly involved and curtailing the creative endeavors of their talents unless it potentially has a serious ramification for the company as a whole, right? And that's the problem with Nijisanji, is that they're so scared of the Niji sister problem, and they're so scared of offending the Chinese that they're pissing off and they're terrifying their own talents into being boring, safe VTubers because they're worried about being backstabbed by their own managers, essentially. And then that kind of like leads you into, can they rely on the China market for sustainable business growth? No, because the Chinese market is incredibly volatile and ultra nationalistic, and they'll turn on you at a moment's notice, so you can't rely on them. And are the Niji boys untouchables? So to kind of quickly go on my point here, given all the drama that's happened with male Nijisanji VTubers, like the sex pest allegations, the racism, the other problems as well, I do wonder if a male Nijisanji VTuber is too much of a hot potato now for a VTuber corporation to hire, assuming a male VTuber from Nijisanji did want to join another corporation. I reckon, honestly, if I was Yagu, I would definitely never touch a Nijisanji EN male VTuber. I know not all of them are bad people and have done like shady shit, but between all the drama between all their male VTubers, there's just so many problems with Niji EN male VTubers. I'd just be like, yeah, look, that don't hire anyone who's ever worked for Nijisanji EN as a male, honestly. Like no Niji males in my corporation, thank you very much. I am interested to see if they'd be blacklisted from certain corporations with all their shenanigans. I don't know what you think. Yeah, Fishman's right. Mixing male and female VTubers only creates problems. It does only create problems, unfortunately. It's a shame that things are that way, but they are that way because if the male VTubers aren't like sex pests, as it seems, if they're not sex pests, then all it does is just piss off the cute girls doing cute girls enjoyers, and the people who and obviously the gachikois and the unicorns as well. So yeah, unfortunately, males don't bring enough shit to the table in order for you to like mix them with females. Just female only or male only basically is the only way to do VTubing, I think. So you have to segregate them, otherwise it doesn't work. I think Globy is quite stable, mixing males and females, but then that's because Globy's males are doing so poorly, bless them, that no one fucking watches them anyway, God bless them. So there's not much of a problem. Yeah, men are better off in the Tempest, you're absolutely right. Our natural instincts as like people, entertainers and comedians as men just lends itself much more naturally to not being, not being tied to a corporation who's worried about advertisement, sponsorships. And I think the problem is as well, is that the VTubing social media sphere, it's not just VTubing, but the VTubing social media sphere is incredibly, for a lack of a better term, like pussified, right? It's like very social justice warrior, the VTubing internet sphere. So it's like if you say slurs or you don't act like super humble and self-deprecating, then like the average VTuber fan hates you and thinks you're a bad person because you aren't like drowning people in toxic positivity all the time. And again, that doesn't lend itself well to the characteristics of like an average, like an average, particularly millennial aged man, right? Like people like myself and Himawari, we can certainly be chameleons, right? People like me and Himawari here in the chat, we could definitely, I guess, we could probably, suppress our kind of upbringing and our spicy side from being on dodgy like internet forums and being raised by the internet. But it's like putting a power limiter on us. I think both me and Himawari would be at our best if we didn't have to worry about, the shit we say and the jokes we make, which could probably get quite raunchy and quite offensive to VTuber fans. So like being independent is probably better for us than joining a corporation, unless it's a corporation like FaZe Connect. But even then, I could easily see myself even in FaZe Connect, like going too far for Sakana. But I could probably get away with it as an independent VTuber. Like saying the F slur, for example, is something Sakana wouldn't let me get away with, but I say it as an indie. Not gonna lie, I've needed to be in a corporate for a while for medical reasons, but none will have me. Oh, that's a shame to hear, Himawari. I guess, yeah, I guess it's tricky. You should try for Globy if you haven't already, Himawari. I guess you've already tried for Globy. Keep going for that one. I think maybe you can kind of prove the curse of Globy wrong. Maybe you'll be Globy's first big popular male VTuber. That'd be nice to see. And the thing is though, is that despite male VTubers not doing so well, I really do wish that some male VTubers would really like fucking pop off big time to prove the concept that it can work. I think eventually one day we will see that happen. I think that will happen one day. I think at the moment the talent pool of male VTubers is just too small. That I think a lot of us in reality aren't particularly good, unfortunately, for the most part. But I think as VTubing becomes more and more mainstream and more people come into the sphere, I think we will start to see more male VTubers becoming much more successful. I think that will be the future of VTubing. I think we will see like some kind of weird hybrid normie VTuber culture, male VTubers come along and be super successful, just as big as the females eventually. But I don't think that will happen for like another 3-4 years, maybe, I reckon. If it does happen, like if VTubing is still around back then, which I think it will be. It can work if you please the Fujos. Yeah, that's like first stage production, work really well because they've baited the Fujos. I do think though that male VTubers can be really successful without baiting the homo, bisexual and Fujo stuff. What they need to do is they need to recreate the formula that made Rooster Teeth so successful back in 2011 and 12, you know, like the Achievement Hunter Let's Play guys. You just need a bunch of unashamedly male personalities. You need like the dad type, you need the British guy, you need the Mexican, you need the gamer type, you need the rage type, and you need like the fucking psychopath. You get several guys, right, who of all complementary personality styles just act like toxic bro, like fucking menaces in group collaborations. I think that's like the winning formula to male VTubing. But yeah, that's the thing, right? You use Lab and you get these other male VTubers do extremely well. So you get people like Cabal does quite good as well. Cabal does quite good. And obviously male commentary channels always do very well, but I wouldn't count them quite in the same way because I think we're talking more about streamers really rather than people who do like news and pre-recorded videos, because they're kind of a bit different from streamers, right? But yeah, you do get people like Uwa's Lab who are really successful male streamers, and Takahashi can get kind of popular as well at times. But anyway, that's all the shit I want to yap about. My throat is fucked now. So yeah, thank you very much, guys, for all the donations. Thank you very much for the memberships. Thank you very much for tuning in to today's stream. I did in fact yap way too fucking much and spoke a lot of bullshit. But yeah, I guess that's what happens when I try to do a stream without taking any notes ahead of time and just a bunch of loose topics I want to talk about and try to conjure up the thoughts in real time. So yeah, take care everybody. Have a good evening and I will speak to you later. I'm hoping I'll get the Phase Connect documentary part 1. What's the word? Like pre-screening done by the 1st of January. I'm trying to aim for that. I'd very much appreciate your guys' feedback on that. See if you think see if you enjoy it. See if you think I'm going down the right path. So yeah, I'll give you an update on when the Phase Connect documentary is at the end of next week. So take care, guys. Love you all very much. Take care.